Chapter 956. Mo Yuan suddenly felt that this was laughable. She felt sorrow for these people in front of her, and also a bit of shame that she had been associated with them all this time. Most of these people were known as geniuses and looked down on everyone else, so how could they calm down and truly reflect on themselves? That's right, Mo Yuan admitted that Zhuohan's words were reasonable. Even she was shaken after hearing them. But she also knew that everything Zhuohan said was just his own conjecture, and these conjectures were definitely wrong. Qin Yu wasn't a vile person, but they were. Feeling the hidden gazes from all around her, Mo Yuan thought for a moment and decided not to explain. She glanced at Zhuohan and lightly said, "Perhaps what you said is right. Since I made a mistake, it wouldn't be good for me to continue dragging everyone down. Let's part ways here." As she finished speaking, Mo Yuan turned and left. Her figure flickered several times and she vanished from sight. This result surpassed everyone's expectations once more. Everyone outside the camp was shocked and stunned. It was clear that none of them thought that Mo Yuan would have such a violent reaction and directly part ways with them. In all fairness, everyone was well aware that in the entire camp, besides Sword Maniac Li, Mo Yuan was the strongest. Moreover, she cultivated the bright guard cultivation method that naturally restrained all demonic art. Her resistance to the demonic blood sound wasn't any weaker than Sword Maniac Li's. Originally, everyone had been discussing how to design an array formation with Li Hongye and Mo Yuan as the center. They would work together to resist the demonic blood sound in front of them. But now, before this plan could be carried out, it had died in the womb. Qin Yu had left, vanishing from sight. It was likely that he had passed through the area where the demonic sound was strengthened and no longer had any thoughts of taking the treasure in his hand. Now, Mo Yuan had also left. What were they to do? Thus, some people looked at Zhuohan with ill intent in their eyes. Even if you are smart and can find the crux of the matter from the smallest details, why do you have to target Mo Yuan? This was the kind of person that spoke too much and deserved to die. Zhuohan's complexion darkened. But facing these gazes, he couldn't reveal anything. He had already incurred the wrath of everyone. If he said anything else, they would surely tear apart any pretense of cordiality. Although Zhuohan was very confident in his own strength, if he was schemed against by others in heaven-eradicating abyss, he would probably not be able to react until death. Li Hongye put an end to the farce. She appeared in a flash and glanced at the crowd coldly. "Let's not waste any more time. We'll break in tomorrow at the latest." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked back to the camp. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were still indifferent. She was the sword maniac of the Li clan. She had devoted her entire life to the sword, and even her temperament was compatible with the sword's will. Even though she had made mistakes in the past, she would never lower her head. Moreover, Li Jianqi did not think that he had done anything wrong. "Qin Yu, if you really hid yourself until now, I would still look down on you. A man should be able to support the heavens and the earth. There was no need to hide his head and show his tail, not daring to walk openly in the world. You and I will meet again. At that time, the sword in my hand will defeat you." Bang! Boundless sword chimes suddenly resounded in the sky like surging waves, resounding endlessly. Qin Yu suddenly frowned. He turned his head to look behind him. He didn't know why, but he felt a trace of fear pass through his heart. It was as if an extremely ferocious animal had locked onto him. Zero asked, "What is it?" Qin Yu shook his head. "It's nothing." He shook his head, suppressing the bewilderment in his heart. "How much farther do we have to go?" Zero closed her eyes as if she were sensing something. After a moment, she opened them. Her face was much paler and even her voice was weak. "We're very close. As long as we pass through here, we can reach the final destination." He's there. Qin Yu's heart trembled. Zero had once said that the original god that perished in heaven-eradicating abyss had thoroughly died. But when the bloodline of the earth shattered, the viscous blood condensed into a blood shadow, and the terrifying battle with Zero, it was clear that everything wasn't as simple as he thought. At the very least, it wasn't as simple as Zero said. In Qin Yu's opinion, finding the original god's corpse wasn't the end. Rather, it was the beginning of a grand drama. Now, it seemed that Qin Yu had the qualifications to step onto the stage of this great drama. But as for whether or not he could survive until the end of the plot, that was up to the heavens. An hour later, the demonic sound of blood vanished. Qin Yu relaxed a little, and the pressure in his chest, caused by the ringing in his ears, immediately dissipated. But this relaxation only lasted for a short period of time. He couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows. This was because this place was far too cold. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, saying that he could roam the divine realm unhindered was an exaggeration. But, if he really fought alone, there weren't many people in the divine realm that could suppress him. Him feeling cold. This could basically be regarded as a joke, but this was the truth. An extreme cold flooded every inch of space between the heavens and earth. Moreover, the most terrifying point was that it was impossible to resist this cold with one's cultivation. It was like an all-pervasive needle that could easily pierce through one's skin and flesh, reaching deep into one's marrow. Ah! Zero cried out. A faint blue color appeared on her pale face. Her body shivered. She subconsciously hugged Qin Yu, as if she wanted to fuse herself into his body. So cold! Qin Yu let out a breath. The white fog instantly froze, turning into tiny ice shards that fell to the ground. At this time, he didn't need to stimulate them. Within his chest, his two hearts were beating with all their strength, pushing his blood energy to boil and roar. The powerful attribute of the ancient undying body, under the onslaught of the extreme cold outside, completely erupted. 1,000,000,000 years ago, the world was called the Great Desolate. There were ancient races that were born in this land of bitter cold. They were 100,000 feet tall and possessed infinite might. With a lift of their hands, they could pluck the stars and moon, and with a single step they could collapse mountains and crack rivers. At that time, the environment of the Great Desolate was far harsher than where Qin Yu was now. Even so, the ancient races still managed to survive and flourish for a time. Now, although the ancient races were nearly extinct, the strength that was fused into their bloodline was still completely passed down. The power of ice cold, unless it was so tyrannical that even the world itself was frozen and the rules couldn't operate, it had never been a problem for the ancient races. In Qin Yu's perception, that incomparably terrifying cold began to rapidly fade away like a tide. He felt that right now, he was like a blazing furnace. Even an ice mountain that supported the heavens could be easily melted away. Zero's complexion rapidly improved. Her frozen limbs and body were restored to warmth. She felt as if she were hugging a red-hot stone. All of the cold was forced back, unable to approach again. Everyone had their own secret. She was smart enough not to ask too many questions. Instead, she pressed herself closer to Qin Yu. Her entire body was warm and an incomparably peaceful feeling lingered around her. Even the discomfort from her injuries dissipated a great deal. "Are you all right?" Then let's continue on our way." After a simple exchange, Qin Yu stepped forwards. Although he could cross thousands of feet with a single step, his speed was much slower than before. Gradually, the cold in the air became increasingly heavy. If it weren't for the ancient race bloodline's formidable resistance to the power of ice, Qin Yu didn't doubt that he would have already frozen to death. Suddenly, Qin Yu stopped. The ground was extremely cold and had been frozen solid. But now, wherever he stepped, it began to slowly melt, releasing faint traces of white fog. As the fog lingered around him, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. He was sure that he wasn't seeing things. There really was a snowy plain in front of him. Furthermore, he vaguely felt that this snowy plain seemed very familiar to him. After a brief silence, Qin Yu continued forwards. After a moment, The snowy plain grew closer and closer. His eyebrows furrowed even tighter. When he stopped again, he could confirm that this snowy plain was exactly the same as the one where heaven extinguishing abyss had descended. It was like a mirror, reflecting the snowy plain and projecting it here, falling in front of Chinyu. But it was clear that this identical snowy plain was far colder than the snowy plain outside. In fact, Chinyu wasn't sure whether the one between these two snowy plains was a reflection or not. Perhaps it was more likely that the one outside was the shadow. After all, in this world, there was no reason for a shadow to be more terrifying than the main body. Since he could see the same snowy plain, could there also be an earth-shattering abyss in the center? Chinyu pursed his lips. He lifted up Zero's body and continued forward. Guesses couldn't solve any problems. Only his own eyes would give him the final answer. The snowy plain didn't seem too far away and appeared in his line of sight. But the truth was that approaching it wasn't simple at all. Perhaps it was because the space here could not withstand the coldness that exceeded the limit, so it became wrinkled and twisted. Thus, Chinyu spent at least 5 times the time he expected to reach the edge of this snowy plain. A dark golden light surged in his eyes. His gaze passed through the endless snow and fell into the distance. Sure enough, a pitch-black crack appeared in his line of sight. It was incomparably deep, like a gaping maw. This wasn't a description, but the first thought that popped up in Chinyu's mind when he saw it. Then, an intense fear rose up in his heart. It was like this pitch-black crack could open at any moment and reveal countless sharp fangs that would tear him to pieces. Chinyu froze. He didn't move, as if he were prey that had been locked onto by a natural predator. Cold sweat began to drip down his forehead, soaking his robes. Behind him, the shock and fear in Zero's eyes suddenly faded away like a tide, turning into an icy cold indifference. She was like water quietly flowing beneath a block of ice, without the slightest ripple. After quietly looking at the snowy plain and the silent crack in the ground, she lifted a hand and patted Chinyu's shoulder. Her voice was light. "We've arrived." With this pat, Chinyu immediately broke free from that inexplicable state of extreme fear. He gasped for breath and subconsciously drew backwards. Zero said, "In this world, fear is the most meaningless thing. If you can't even overcome this, how can you climb the Great Tao?" She closed her eyes. "Let's go. I can't wait to see my old friend." Her aura vanished. Zero opened her eyes once more. After a brief daze, she violently coughed. Drops of blood splashed out from between her nose and mouth. As they fell onto Chinyu's scalding flesh and blood, they immediately evaporated into mist. Taking a deep breath, Chinyu suddenly understood why he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt when facing Zero, and why he wanted to do everything in his power to ensure her safety. So it was her. Chapter 957. In the Obum Weave, Chinyu had decided to kill the fallen human array master Qinglin in order to ensure that the primordial Unity Azure Gold Array wouldn't be broken. This person was incomparably strong, and the reason Chinyu was able to succeed in the end was because he had risked his life to buy time for him. This person's name was Wan. In the end, his mortal body had collapsed, leaving behind only his head. Before he died, Chinyu had made him a promise. Zero was the person that Chinyu had promised Wan that he would find. He flipped his hand and took out a jade bottle. Sealed within was a drop of blood. Chinyu's thoughts stirred and the seal on the bottle vanished. The drop of blood gently trembled. Leaning against Chinyu's back, Zero suddenly stiffened. Her eyes widened as she looked at the jade bottle. This is, at this point she was completely sure. Chinyu took a deep breath. He could feel the icy cold energy that flowed through his chest. Then, he slowly spat it out. "This drop of blood came from your father." Zero's eyes widened even more. "Father?" Chinyu didn't hide anything. He told her everything that had happened in the past. He could feel her shivering body and he said, "Although I only met your father a few times and I don't know what happened in the past, he never forgot you. Before he died, his only wish was that I could find you and fulfill some of his responsibilities as a father on his behalf." Tears flowed down from Zero's wide eyes. She never thought she would be able to obtain news of her loved ones in this life. But why had he already died? After a long period of silence, Zero wiped away her tears. She asked in a hoarse voice, "What was his name?" "1. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. "According to what I know, he might have some relationship with the punishment firmament vault." Zero whispered, "Juan, did he tell you my name?" Qin Yu said, "Hu Shan, the Shan from Coral." Zero smiled. "So I also have my own name. Hu Shan, my name is Hu Shan." She closed her eyes and leaned her face against Qin Yu's shoulder. "You should be considered a friend of my father's. According to seniority, I should call you uncle. This feeling is very strange. I suddenly feel as if I have a family member. No wonder I was so close to you before. Uncle Qin. This title is really awkward. I'm very grateful that you didn't hide this matter from me. Now I feel a little tired. I want to close my eyes and rest for a while. I'll have to trouble Uncle Qin to protect me." Her voice gradually became softer and eventually disappeared. Although she looked calm on the surface, her heart was still in chaos. Qin Yu said, "All right." In fact, there was another sentence that he had hidden in his heart and did not say out loud. "Since I promised your father, I will do my best to help you continue to live." Zero was Hu Shan and Hu Shan was Wan's daughter. In a sense, Qin Yu owed Wan his life. This sort of calculation was a bit complex and strange, but in truth it was very simple. Qin Yu was certain that he owed her a great deal. If that was the case, he would have to change some of his thoughts. At the very least, Qin Yu couldn't stare on helplessly as the woman hidden within Hu Shan's body continued to recklessly destroy her vitality. Every time Hu Shan borrowed her strength or that woman awakened on the verge of death, it would cause tremendous harm to Hu Shan. However, what could he do to save Hu Shan? For the time being, Qin Yu couldn't find an answer. He could only take a deep breath and suppress the tumbling thoughts in his chest. There was a bitter taste in his mouth. First there was Lei Xiaoyu, then there was Hu Shan. He was in Heaven's End. In the depths of Heaven's End, it was already difficult for him to survive. Moreover, there was a person sitting on each of his shoulders. This damned heavens, it seemed they really thought highly of him. Great Chu Imperial Palace. Imperial Palace. The magnificent and majestic palace of the royal family gathered the destiny of the nation. But it couldn't hide the cold and gloomy smell of decay in the air. The sitting emperor would occasionally cough several times. Although it wasn't violent, it gave off a feeling of weakness and powerlessness. Many years ago, rumors began to circulate in the imperial palace that there was a problem with the emperor's body. But he had always displayed an incomparably powerful performance. After some probing, all disturbances dissipated. Some people even clenched their teeth and cursed out loud, believing that the emperor was doing this on purpose to learn that fishing technique. But the truth was that there was indeed a problem with Chu Tianpeng's body. Ever since he attempted to break through the limits of his cultivation in the past and failed, suffering a backlash, this was the root of a disaster. At first he could suppress it, but as time passed, it gradually went out of his control. He had no choice but to consume his own lifespan in order to maintain his cultivation. As for today, in the eyes of the outside world, the great Chu emperor that was like a great sun in the skies was on the verge of death. But in truth, Chu Tianpeng was naturally unwilling to perish like this. Moreover, the massive Chu Empire absolutely couldn't lose a divine stone that could prop up the heavens. Otherwise, in a single day, the great empire would inevitably collapse. It would be powerless to contend with the pig-like opiums on the other side of the mountain. Whether it was for himself, for the continuation of the empire, or to protect the living space of humanity, the emperor believed that he had to live on. Even if he had to betray his own beliefs and fall into the abyss, becoming a monster corroded by darkness. Suddenly, in an even darker corner of the hall, traces of a dark aura slowly seeped out from the air, gradually forming the outline of a round well. The Emperor wiped away the smelly saliva that came out from the corners of his lips. He lightly said, "Has the time arrived?" Within the round well, a blurry face appeared. He chuckled and said, "Yes. So now, it is time to activate His Majesty's arrangements." The Emperor indifferently nodded. He lifted a hand and stretched out his 5 fingers. A mass of blood red appeared. It was an incomparably exquisite blood jade the size of a palm. It was dark red and flawless. With a light sound, the blood jade shattered into countless pieces that tumbled downwards. But they began to dissipate in midair. Before they even touched the ground, they vanished without a trace. Within the round well, the blurry face laughed. "Your Majesty, make your preparations. Once the sacrificial items are prepared, I will open the channel and you and I will personally descend." The Emperor was expressionless. "This solitude will be waiting for you." Schwa, the round well phantom vanished. As this seemingly simple scene ended in the extreme imperial palace, the highest will of the empire arrived at the front lines of the war. Ever since the war with the Opums began, several elite legions of Great Chu that had been carrying out secret missions began to move. The back of the mountain separated the two races and stretched for trillions of miles. It was unknown how many large and small mountain ranges it was made up of. Currently, a certain area formed by several mountain ranges had been designated as a restricted military area. The Great Zhou army stationed around the area only knew that a large number of Obum captives had been sent over in batches, but they did not know what was going on. They naturally didn't know that all the Opums sent to this area were imprisoned in cages, waiting for a certain moment to arrive. And now, that moment had finally arrived. Those responsible for watching over the Opum captives were elites drawn from the Great Chu Imperial Army. They had a supreme loyalty to the royal family. After the leader took off his fierce mask, a handsome young cultivator's face was revealed. His name was Chu Zhizhong, and he had the noblest background in the world. Many years ago, after he rose to prominence, he had been secretly recruited into the imperial army. Afterwards, all information regarding his identity had been erased. To put it simply, including him, these 1,000 soldiers of the Great Chu Imperial Army were all dead people on the list. The geniuses of the royal family should have had a bright and resplendent future. But because of some reason that couldn't be announced to the outside world, they had been suppressed into darkness, waiting for dozens of years. Luckily, this seemingly endless wait had finally come to an end. Chu Zhizhong smiled. "Everyone, the imperial city has sent an order. We should be on our way." He lifted a hand and performed a Great Chu military salute. "In these past years, although I haven't been able to join everyone in slaughtering the enemy, today we will die together. This can be considered as a comrade in arms. In the future, if we can meet again in the underworld, I will invite everyone to drink to our heart's content. Let's talk about today. Farewell, General." The 1,000 soldiers of the Great Chu Imperial Army roared at the same time. All of their faces were covered by their masks, so their true expressions couldn't be seen. Chu Zhizhong wore his mask, and his aura was cold. He turned around and waved his hand. "Let's begin." Thus, a one-sided massacre unfolded coldly and cruelly in this dark underground cavern hidden in the depths of the mountains. In despair and fear, the Obums, locked up in the cages, fell into pools of blood. Their heads were separated from their bodies. The cuts were smooth, and fresh blood gushed out like a spring from underground. If one's head was chopped off, it would be normal for blood to gush out. But today, the strange thing was that the blood gushing out of these Opums was a little too much. It was as if there was an invisible hand tightly gripping their corpses and squeezing out every drop of blood in their bodies. There was simply too much blood. When it gathered together, it filled the entire underground cavern and formed a lake of blood. The corpses of the Opums gradually turned pale and weightless. Like sponges that had been drained of water, they floated pitifully and powerlessly on the blood. The 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers attacked at the same time. Saber lights flashed endlessly. Even so, it took them 12 hours to slaughter all the Opums imprisoned here. When the last Opum head was chopped off, there was only the heavy gasps of the Opums left in the air. The thick and foul smell of blood could be inhaled, but it didn't cause the slightest change in the eyes of the Imperial Army soldiers. This was because they themselves were the most terrifying killing machines in the world. Chu Zhizhong raised his hand and raised the sword in his hand. Everything is for the Great Chu. For the Great Chu. The 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers roared. Puff, puff. It was the sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh. The last saber strike they made was aimed at their own necks. Thus, as their heads flew off, their remaining consciousness saw the headless corpses of themselves and their comrades fall into a lake of blood. Puff, with a muffled sound, everything in front of them suddenly turned scarlet. A warm and viscous liquid poured into their orifices. Chu Zhizhong revealed a faint smile. It's a good thing that I'm going to die. Otherwise, drowning in blood would be a truly shameful matter. His thoughts came to an abrupt end. No one knew that a young man of the royal family with a noble bloodline and amazing talent had quietly died in a dark and damp underground cavern on the back of the mountain gaze that was now filled with blood. He should have had a completely different life, one that was bright and resplendent. But because of some unspeakable reason, he had ended up like this. If this was fate, then fate was far too unfair to him. Chapter 958. Before he died, deep in his mind, Chu Zhizhong thought that fate was unfair. He didn't know that besides him, many people had ended their lives in the same way he did. Looking at the back of the mountain, there were at least 10 similar caves at the front line of the war against the Obums. Besides that, in the Obum territory, some hidden forces of the human clan had cooperated with each other to destroy themselves. They had exploded with terrifying power and turned the Obum cities into purgatory. Also, in the Empire, the Heaven Punishment Bureau had taken action without any warning. After reading out the evidence of their crimes, they had killed 13 traitors. Corpses were strewn everywhere and blood dyed the earth red. There was no right or wrong in the war between races. Putting aside the dead Obums, the majority of the traitors who were killed by the Empire could be considered innocent. But to Emperor Shi Huang, none of this was a problem. As long as he could live, it didn't matter if the casualties were 100 or 1,000 times more. The significance of his life far exceeded the sum of the lives of these people in the world. Therefore, there was no fairness in fate. In the end, it depended on who had the bigger fist. The weak were like ants. It was their own fault. Who asked them to be so weak that they couldn't even control their own lives? Tens of thousands of creatures had died, and their blood had gathered into a lake. Once this was revealed, it would be enough to frighten the world. The immense power that the blood sacrifice had exchanged for was beyond imagination. It would be used to support the arrival of 2 original God realm existences in the heaven-eradicating abyss. One was the founding emperor, and the other had no name. In fact, even to this day, the founding emperor still hadn't truly confirmed this person's identity. But there was one thing that was beyond doubt. All the plunderers of the great Tao that existed in the world could be considered to be his subordinate. Emperor Shi Huang had climbed to the peak of the world, and he had looked down on the world. What he had seen and learned wasn't something ordinary cultivators could compare to. Of course, he knew more about the great path robbers. In fact, in his long life, he had personally killed more than a few dozen people. He understood clearly how cruel, and bloody it was for the great path robber to increase his competence. A great path robber at the original God realm, unless he had reached the original God realm before he fell, would have a sea of blood and a mountain of white bones. It was unknown how many outstanding cultivators had been refined and swallowed. They were killed in despair, fear, and unwillingness. That was how this man had the original God realm cultivation base he had today. Moreover, before the founding emperor attained the divine origin realm and established the Great Chu Empire, the great Tao plunderers were already active in the world. If one were to infer from this, then the age that this person had lived for would far exceed one's imagination. Even with the founding emperor's cultivation and boldness, he didn't dare underestimate an old devil like this that had lived for countless years and established himself through bloodthirstiness and plunder, and it was even to the extent that he felt slight dense vigilance and fear in the depths of his heart. So, the founding emperor had made other preparations for this cooperation since the very beginning. Of course, he believed that the Nameless One had already noticed this as well. The founding emperor wasn't worried that the Nameless One would find out. If he could use this to dispel some of the Nameless One's dark thoughts, he would be extremely gratified. This was because the founding emperor's condition was already extremely poor. He didn't have any more time to waste. In the dark corners of the endless imperial hall, black energy gushed out. It was as thick and viscous as mud as it slowly gathered together. The round well appeared. This time it was incomparably solid. A figure walked out from within. His entire body was covered in black robes. He smiled and said, "Your Majesty, the blood sacrifice has been completed. We should leave now." The founding emperor stood up. "Let's go." The black-robed figure turned and pointed backwards. The seemingly solid round well behind him suddenly erupted with an incomparably powerful aura that instantly flooded the entire hall. What was strange was that there were no fluctuations outside the hall. Even the imperial palace's great array formation that had been constructed with countless precious treasures didn't sense anything. There was no response at all. The well slowly expanded until it was 10 feet wide. It was pitch black inside, as if it led to eternal annihilation. He called himself the Nameless One, but the truth was that he was destined to be the ancestor of the great Tao plunderers. He turned and stepped forwards. Shwa, his figure suddenly vanished, vanishing into the depths of the well. The founding emperor looked at the well, his eyes deep. It was unknown what thoughts were swirling in his mind. He seemed to be hesitating, or perhaps he felt that something was wrong. But in the end, after several breaths of silence, the founding emperor stepped into the well. As he said, he didn't have much time left. Even if he knew that the Nameless One couldn't be trusted and that entering heaven-eradicating abyss would likely bring him great dangers, he didn't have any other choice, because the founding emperor stood at the edge of the abyss of annihilation and he had nowhere to retreat to. He could only give it his all. According to their agreement, after the blood sacrifice, the channel would be opened and the two of them would ignore all obstacles and directly reach the deepest depths of heaven-eradicating abyss. But it was clear that this wasn't the case today. A light chuckle echoed in his ears. "Your Majesty, you really are a good person." In the darkness, the founding emperor opened his eyes, his expression calm. "You want to attack me?" The Nameless One stood across from him. "You should have already guessed it." "Why?" "Although the channel has been opened and it is indeed enough for the two of us to descend, I do not wish to share the things in heaven-eradicating abyss with you." The founding emperor lightly said, "Are you so confident?" He clasped his hands behind his back and straightened his back. Instantly, a disdainful aura shot out from his body. "If I take action, this channel will collapse. You and I will get nothing." The Nameless One nodded. "I've never doubted it. Although your Majesty has just reached the Tao, you're the first emperor of the country. You have the support of the destiny of the country. Your competence isn't weaker than mine." He paused for a while and then continued, "But my advantage is that I've lived many years longer than you. Moreover, I've made some preparations during these years." The founding emperor gazed at him. He didn't talk more. He stomped his foot, his immense aura bursting out in just a blink of an eye. When an original God realm expert attacked, it was like a dormant volcano awakening. The channel in the darkness shook hard. However, the Nameless One didn't seem to worry about it. He smiled. Since your majesty has entered this place, everything has been predestined. Why do you need to try in vain? As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed at his forehead. With a bang, his body directly exploded. Viscous, scarlet blood spread out in an instant. It was like blood dripping into clear water. It expanded at an amazing speed, covering all the darkness in just a blink of an eye. Everything in sight was dyed scarlet. The founding emperor's pupils shrank. He was enraged because the scene in front of him was beyond his estimation. The Nameless One had exploded himself. He could feel it clearly. He was absolutely right. An existence at the original God realm had detonated himself before they even had a chance to fight. What was going on? But soon, the founding emperor understood everything. Looking at the crimson mist coming from every direction, he muttered, "Turns out it's just your puppet. No wonder you're called Nameless." In the next moment, the crimson mist covered the founding emperor. Qin Yu halted, his eyes solemnly looking at the ground. Then, a smear of scarlet appeared in his sight. At first, the viscous crimson mist looked like branches baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, growing wildly in the white snow. Then, they expanded unceasingly, trying their best to stretch their bodies. Eventually, they collided with each other and fused with each other. Thus, the snowfield on the ground gradually turned into a bloody plain. Roar! Roar! Deep roars reverberated from the depths of the blood plain. The ground shook, rising and falling as if some terrifying creature hiding in the ground was about to tear the earth apart and rush out. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. Without hesitation, he instantly restrained his aura and fell down like a meteor. Bang! The crimson snow on the ground shattered and Qin Yu fell in. With a thought, the sun and moon force field spread out, covering him and Hu Shan. "Shoo, don't speak." Qin Yu's eyes were tightly fixed on the crimson snow in front of him. It slowly trembled, and after several breaths of time, it fell down. A huge eyeball emerged from behind the layer of snow. The vertical pupil emitted a cold and awe-inspiring aura as it slowly swept across the area. Qin Yu and Hu Shan were less than 10 feet away from this eye. They could see their own reflections in this eye. But for some unknown reason, the owner of this eye couldn't see the two of them at all. Its huge vertical pupils turned, revealing some doubts, and continued to approach. As the eye came closer and closer, Qin Yu could even smell the rotting scent it emitted, as if it had been buried deep underground for countless years. Hu Shan's body tensed up and her face paled. But Qin Yu's hand that was holding onto her was still steady, not shaking at all. If it weren't for this, she would have already screamed out loud. In truth, Qin Yu was also very nervous. But one of his special traits was that he was able to remain calm in the face of great danger. Although he had already prepared himself for the worst and was prepared to erupt with his greatest strength at any moment, he didn't reveal any of this on his face. Suddenly, there was an angry roar. Qin Yu's body collapsed and a dark golden light surged in the depths of his eyes. But in the last moment, he forcefully suppressed his impulse to attack. The giant eye that was within reach suddenly drew back. Then, there was a series of loud rumbling sounds. The crimson snow around him began to wildly tumble about. It was like the raging waves of a raging sea. Every snowflake was infused with a formidable strength, each one as heavy as a boulder. Qin Yu's complexion paled. He was like a fallen leaf in a raging torrent, as if he could be pulled in at any moment and torn to pieces. But he remained where he was, motionless. He was like a stone that silently withstood all impact. Hu Shan bit her lips. She could clearly feel the formidable pressure that Qin Yu was withstanding. She also knew that the reason she wasn't affected was because he was blocking all the wind and rain. In truth, although this pressure was terrifying, Hu Shan could still resist it. To be more precise, it was the strength of that existence within her that could easily accomplish this. But every time that existence awakened, it would cause a tremendous loss to Hu Shan. This loss was her vitality and lifespan. Qin Yu was helping her. He was fulfilling the promise that he had made to his father before he died. If he had maintained his silence, he wouldn't have had to withstand all of this. But, after Qin Yu realized her identity, he chose to calmly speak. At this moment, as she leaned against Qin Yu, Hu Shan felt for the first time the feeling of being protected and relied on. Warmth rippled through her heart. A moment later, in the raging layers of snow, Qin Yu's figure suddenly moved. He took a step forwards and howled backward. Stopping, turning, pausing, it was like he was dancing on the tip of a blade. Every movement was exquisite, allowing him to avoid the crushing strength coming from the layers of snow. Even if he really couldn't avoid it, he would still ensure that the crushing strength he withstood was reduced to the minimum. After several breaths of time, Qin Yu brought Hu Shan with him and drew far away. This so-called extremely far away wasn't a simple horizontal distance. This was because he didn't retreat in a straight line. Rather, as he retreated, his body constantly sank until he finally hid deep within the layers of snow. The reason was simple. There were some terrifying existences slumbering deep within the snowfield. After the snowfield turned into a blood plains, they would thoroughly awaken. All life that was exposed above the blood plains would automatically become their targets and suffer their merciless attacks. On the contrary, deep within the blood plains, Qin Yu had some confidence he could avoid their attacks if he hid in the crimson snow. Genius 1 second. Remember my home address. Mobile version. Chapter 959. An hour later, Qin Yu let out a breath and said in a soft voice, "Let's rest first." Not only was the surrounding red snow terrifyingly cold, but it also possessed some sort of tyrannical divine sense isolation ability. According to Qin Yu's calculations, unless his cultivation broke into the original God realm and his soul underwent a qualitative change, it would be impossible to break through this invisible barrier. In terms of divine sense, Qin Yu was far too lacking. But he had fused with the jade embryo egg. Although he couldn't see through the entire layer of snow, it wasn't difficult for him to find a safe path. Qin Yu placed Hu Shan to the side and sat down cross-legged. When the two terrifying life forms had fought in the depths of the blood plains, the shock waves had stirred up the scarlet snow. In order to hide himself, he hadn't been able to use his cultivation to resist, and he had been injured. And most importantly, Qin Yu hadn't fully recovered from his previous injuries. If it weren't for the ancient race's immortal body being strong enough, any other cultivator would have been unable to withstand it. Luckily, he held the bloodstone that Hu Shan had given him. This object had fused with the blood of an unknown powerful life form and possessed a nearly endless blood vitality. Even after absorbing it, he hadn't felt the fluctuations of blood vitality diminish. "Ah!" Hu Shan cried out, a look of guilt on her face. "Uncle Qin, don't absorb the blood vitality inside. Although it is a treasure, it is incomplete. The blood vitality contains a cruel and ruthless intent. If you absorb too much, it will affect your mind." Previously, when she heard the news about her father, she had sunk into grief and had actually forgotten about this matter. Now that she mentioned it, there was a trace of apprehension in her eyes. She feared that Qin Yu would have a bad impression of her because of this. She had lived alone in this world, and now that she had finally found someone she could rely on and treat her well, she absolutely didn't want to lose him. At this time, Hu Shan was anxious and her eyes were red. Qin Yu opened his eyes. He smiled and said, "It's fine. When you gave it to me, I sensed the ruthlessness in your blood vitality. But, don't worry, it can't affect me." Qin Yu patted her shoulder and closed his eyes once more. He could sense Hu Shan's emotions. What a pitiful girl. 2 hours later, Qin Yu put away the bloodstone. He stood up and said, "Hu Shan, we should go." The safe zone under the snowy plains was not unchanging. He needed to constantly move according to the movements of those terrifying creatures. Hu Shan nodded and climbed onto his back. Qin Yu's figure flashed and he quickly moved through the layers of snow. As he looked around, A dark golden light flashed in his eyes from time to time. Between his chest, 2 hearts were beating vigorously, pushing the blood and qi in his body to surge at an astonishing speed. Only in this way could he release enough heat to resist the bone-chilling cold outside. Of course, the Sun-Moon force field played an important role in keeping Qin Yu and Hu Shan's auras locked in around them, otherwise they would have been discovered long ago. Qin Yu subconsciously furrowed his eyebrows. He suddenly realized something. With his current cultivation and having to use all of his cards, he was only barely able to survive in the blood planes. If it were any other cultivator, even if their cultivation was higher than his, they would still die a miserable death. But in reality, if he really attacked with his full strength, looking at all the cultivators who had entered the depths of heaven-eradicating abyss, how many of them would be stronger than him? If the area where the demonic blood sound had suddenly risen was the first threshold, then the snowy plains that had transformed into the blood plains had completely cut off his path forward. Unless the cultivators who came later had a powerful trump card like him, they would definitely die if they charged in. Even the formidable Li Hongye and Mo Yuan were included in this. Qin Yu didn't care about the others, but these 2 women had their own entanglements with him. This was especially true for Mo Yuan. After all, before this, he owed her a favor. He hoped that they would retreat in the face of difficulties. Bringing along Hu Shan alone was nearly the limit of what Qin Yu could do. He was powerless to save any more people. Moreover, he had already entered deep into the boundless blood plains and his range of perception was limited. If they came in, they could only resign themselves to their fate. Li Hongye lifted a hand and slashed down. Sword light shot out, but it didn't emit any sound at all. Ripples splashed through the void. Between these ripples, the demonic blood sound suddenly weakened. Zhuohan and the others hurriedly followed behind. After an unknown period of time, just as many people paled and felt they couldn't last any longer, the demonic blood sound roaring in their ears suddenly vanished. They came out. Everyone's faces were filled with ecstasy. Their eyes were wide open, filled with excitement. Li Hongye flipped her hand and her sword vanished. Her body swayed several times and her face paled. Zhuohan hurriedly asked, "Miss, are you all right?" Li Hongye shook her head. "I'm fine." She suddenly frowned. The people that had just escaped all sucked in a breath of cold air. Cold. The terrifying cold intent was like countless needles that drilled into their bodies. Even with their cultivations, they weren't able to resist it. What is going on? What a terrifying cold intent. I cultivate the path of ice and cold, but I can't resist it at all. As everyone cried out in alarm, frost began to appear on their faces. At the same time, their exposed flesh and blood began to turn blue and black. This was a sign that their mortal bodies had been damaged by the extreme cold. Li Hongye took a deep breath. She lifted her hand and her sword appeared once more. She grasped the hilt with both hands and knelt in the void as she thrust her sword downwards. Puff, with a dull sound, a third of the tip of the sword suddenly disappeared, as if it had entered another world. Then, what remained of the sword blade appeared in front of everyone. Crimson light poured into it, making it seem like flowing magma. Scorching heat was released from the sword blade. Although it couldn't completely offset the terrifying cold intent, it still made everyone feel much better. At the very least, they no longer feared that they would freeze to death here. "Thank you, Miss Li." Everyone bowed in gratitude. Li Hongye didn't speak. She sat down cross-legged. Her expression was still faint, but she couldn't hide the deep exhaustion in her eyes. Zhuohan took a deep breath. "Everyone, the cold here is terrifying. We can't rely on Miss Li alone to resist it. We should each use our own methods." "Of course. Fellow Taoist Zhuo is right. I have a Nanming Li fire lamp with me. Perhaps it will be of some help. To have the qualifications to travel with sword maniacally, even if one's cultivation was slightly weaker, they were still extraordinary characters." Following that, everyone took action. After supporting themselves with several treasures, They were able to barely resist the cold from the void outside. Although they could still feel the cold, it wouldn't cause any substantial harm to them. Everyone revealed happy expressions and breathed a sigh of relief. Sword maniacally opened his eyes. His voice was cold and solemn. The cold here is strange and the road ahead is unknown. Everyone, don't celebrate too early. Zhuohan smiled. Miss is right. We don't dare to be careless. Let's restore our strength and wait until everything is ready before proceeding. He cupped his hands together towards everyone. Fellow Taoists, we are still in danger. In order to avoid any accidents, let's cultivate as soon as possible. Everyone nodded. Zhuohan sat down cross-legged. He revolved his cultivation method to restore the losses he had suffered through the demonic sound of blood. But at this time, his chest suddenly throbbed. Then, a terrifying swallowing strength spread out, causing his vision to darken. He nearly fainted. After several breaths of time, this swallowing strength disappeared. Zhuohan's eyes shot open and he gasped for breath. His pale face was covered in a cold sweat. Fellow Taoist Zhuo, you are. Several cultivators beside him opened their eyes, bewildered. Zhuohan bitterly smiled. When I was cultivating in my early years, because I was greedy and rash, there was a small accident. Ever since then, I've suffered from a fear of the cold. I've already recuperated and haven't had a relapse in these years, but I never imagined that it would happen again today. He shook his head. It must be because the cold I felt before was too terrifying. All of them nodded repeatedly and expressed great agreement towards this. Since they'd started cultivating until now, they could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable, yet they'd never heard of such a terrifying coldness in the world, and it actually seemed as if it wanted to freeze even God-rank realm cultivators to death. After comforting Zhuohan, they didn't know whether or not their words were the same. Then, they closed their eyes and began to cultivate. Feeling that the gazes that fell on him had all been withdrawn, Zhuohan took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, concealing the anger and fear within. He had already made preparations ahead of time. He shouldn't have erupted now. Just what was the problem? Could it be the demonic sound of blood flowing, or was it really the cold from before? Zhuohan couldn't find the answer, but none of this was important now. The problem had already appeared, so he had to find a way to solve it. Moreover, he had to be fast. Otherwise, he might not be able to withstand the next eruption. Once a clue was exposed, Zhuohan's heart trembled. After he stabilized his mind, his eyes opened a slit and he slowly swept his gaze over the people around him. His gaze was very careful, as if he were making an important multiple-choice question. In the deepest depths of the blood plains, a pitch-black crack was deeply embedded in the ground. It was pitch black with no end in sight. But at this time, in this endless darkness, a blood-red light suddenly bloomed. Then, it slowly expanded with difficulty, pushing away the surrounding darkness. Gradually, a round well soaked in blood appeared. When the well expanded enough for one person to pass through, it stopped. Then, a person squeezed out from within. He wore a white robe and his features were picturesque. Even though he had an obvious Adam's apple, it still made one's tongue dry and their heartbeat quicken. Phew! I've finally come out. This exit is really narrow. The white-robed man grumbled in a low voice. Then, he shook his head. But we still need to save what we can. There are still many areas where we need to exert ourselves. We've prepared for so many years and now we've reached the most critical moment. What do you think about this, fellow Taoist? As he spoke, he lowered his head. His eyes were deep and sparkling, as if they could pierce through the darkness and meet the gaze of someone looking up from below. After waiting for a while and not receiving a response, the white-robed man rubbed his nose and revealed an awkward smile. If you do this, I'll lose face. And I am a person who cares a great deal about face. So, if you make me lose face, then I'll make you suffer. That doesn't seem threatening at all, because the reason I came here was to cause trouble for you, As I thought, my main body has slept for too many years. Now that I've woken up, my chatterbox has acted up again. Then I won't waste any more words. The white-robed man restrained his smile. When he smiled, it was warm, but after restraining himself, it was unexpectedly cold. It was like a warm spring day had suddenly turned into the depths of winter. He cupped his hands together and bowed. Fellow Taoist, my name is Murong Chioga. If you are not satisfied with today's outcome, you can come find me for revenge in another life. As his words fell, he stood up and placed his hands behind his back. Murong Chioga slightly bent his knees and stomped down. Whoosh! There was the sound of breaking air. He left behind a series of afterimages as he rapidly descended. Like a bolt of white lightning, he came from the highest heavens, splitting apart the darkness. Genius 1 second to remember my home address. Mobile version. Chapter 960. Strictly speaking, he had underestimated the determination of Li Hongye and the others. They saw the blood plains and also sensed the dangers hidden within. But, after a brief moment of silence, they still entered. After paying the price of 2 cultivators dying, they finally understood that trying to fly over the blood plains was an extremely foolish thing to do. They rushed into the layer of scarlet snow and exhausted a great deal of strength. Finally, they managed to rid themselves of the terrifyingly strong life forms hidden within. At this time, even someone as powerful as Li Hongye began to cry tears of blood. The others were also injured. A silently burning flame floated above everyone's heads. It released enough heat but didn't melt the scarlet snow. Instead, it formed an invisible repulsive force that pushed the scarlet snow away, forming an empty space while isolating their auras. The corpses of 2 cultivators were placed in front of everyone. Zhuohan withdrew his gaze and slowly said, "We must dispose of the corpses of these 2 fellow Taoists. Otherwise, if the smell of blood continues to spread out, it will bring great trouble to you and me." He took a deep breath. "I need a fellow Taoist to come with me and bury them." He swept his eyes over everyone. "I know that this will be a bit troublesome, but neither you nor I know whether we will be able to survive. If the ones who died here were you or me, I believe we would also hope to be buried in peace, and not be casually abandoned by others." After a brief silence, a cultivator lifted a hand. "Brother Zhua is right. I am willing to go with you." Li Hongye opened her eyes and looked at Zhuohan. "You must be careful. Miss, rest assured." Zhuohan cupped his hands together and bowed. He lifted a hand from the flames above and took out a flame. Then, he carried a corpse on his back and walked out. Another cultivator also took out a flame. He picked up the second corpse and silently followed behind. The 2 walked slowly, trying not to make any sound as they gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Luckily, they moved slowly the entire way and didn't encounter any dangers. After determining that they were far enough from the camp, Zhuohan stopped. He turned and looked at the silent cultivator behind him. "Let's do it here." He half knelt on the ground and placed the corpse on his back on the ground. He took a deep breath and his eyes turned crimson. Terrifying blood marks appeared around Zhuohan's eyes. Then, his face and neck. Faint traces of black energy were released from the pores of his body. A beast-like roar came from the depths of his throat. Zhuohan suddenly bent down and bit the corpse's neck. Almost at the same time, the sound of flesh and blood being chewed and swallowed rang out behind him. It was like a beast that had been starved for food in winter and had finally caught a prey to fill its stomach. When all the sounds disappeared, the 2 corpses had already disappeared. Other than the shredded clothes, only the scarlet snow that was even redder was silently saying something. Zhuohan opened his eyes and let out an extremely satisfied sigh. It was like he had come back to life. He stuck out his tongue and licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then, he looked down at his blood-stained robes. With a thought, all the blood rapidly disappeared, fusing into his body through his skin. "All right, we've been out for a long time. If we don't go back now, I'm afraid we'll be suspected." The cultivator behind him sighed. Compared to a living cultivator, the effects of a dead corpse are far worse. In my current state, I can barely suppress the boiling of my blood energy. Zhuhan nodded. That's right. We have to think of a way to eat a living person. His complexion changed. He shouted out loud, "Be careful!" The cultivator behind him turned and dodged. But at this time, his body froze and his eyes revealed shock and anger. Zhuhan drew back. In his hands there was a ball of fire. "Give me back my fire!" With a loud scream, the cultivator crazily chased after him. Zhuhan didn't stop. His feet fell and he rapidly retreated. The pursuing cultivator slowed down. White frost gushed out at a speed visible to the naked eye, covering his entire body and freezing him stiff. His eyes were wide open, and they were filled with resentment and despair. Zhuhan lifted a hand and pointed between his eyebrows. "My problem is even more serious than yours. A corpse isn't enough to satisfy me. So, I'm sorry, but only by eating you can I continue to live." His chest was pierced through and his heart ruptured. The frozen cultivator's body fell to the ground. Zhuhan threw himself forward. He opened his mouth and blocked the wound. Gulp, 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 gulp. His aura slowly rising. Looking at the entire world, the only one that could enhance themselves through swallowing other cultivators was the great Tao plunderer. He had actually fallen. After drinking all the hot blood in his heart, Zhuhan began to eat. He chewed happily, blood splashing between his lips and teeth. Suddenly, Zhuhan's body stiffened and his mouth, that was constantly chewing up and down, stopped. The scarlet snow that was facing him was suddenly pushed away from the inside. A figure walked out, their eyes meeting. Mo Yuan's eyes widened. Then, without hesitation, she took a step back and retreated. If she was in perfect condition, her cultivation was enough to kill Zhuhan. But after entering deep into the blood plains, even though she had many methods, she was still invaded by the cold energy, causing her cultivation to be greatly reduced. "Stop!" Zhuhan roared. He threw away the corpse in his hands and chased after her. His body trembled. The satisfaction and enjoyment in his eyes had now turned into fear and hesitation. No one wanted to become a demon, and he didn't want to either. But Zhuhan's talent could only be considered ordinary. He was unwilling to accept that he was destined to achieve nothing in his life, that he could only be the most inconspicuous supporting leaf beside those geniuses. So, after being tempted, he didn't hesitate to fall. The first person Zhuhan ate was his own big brother, a blood relative who called him brother but regarded him as a slave. He would never forget the first time he swallowed flesh and blood. The trembling that came from his soul was so wondrous that it left one intoxicated. From that point on, he leapt up and became a genius of the Zhuo family's new generation, his glory limitless. Today was the first time someone discovered Zhuhan. He stubbornly chased after Mo Yuan, the fear and panic in his eyes gradually turning into cruel killing intent. No matter what, Mo Yuan had to die. He absolutely could not expose his identity as a great Tao plunderer. Of course, the reason Zhuhan dared to have such intense killing intent was because he discovered that Mo Yuan had been invaded by the cold energy. Now, she was in an unprecedentedly weak state. This was a chance given to him by the heavens to correct his mistakes. "You cannot escape. I will catch you and eat you up little by little. You will become a part of my body and become even stronger." "Ha ha ha, Mo Yuan, this is your destiny!" Zhuhan fiercely howled. More and more black energy rose up from his body, gradually wrapping around him until only a pair of beast-like crimson eyes could be seen. He lay flat on the ground and began to run on all fours, his speed increasing. Mo Yuan revealed a look of anxiety. Now that she had discovered Zhuhan's identity as a great Tao plunderer, there was no longer any chance for her to escape. She didn't doubt that once he caught up to her, all that awaited her was death. She clenched her teeth and lifted a hand to touch between her eyebrows. Light bloomed around her, bathing her in it, and her speed suddenly rose. At the same time, blue and purple spots began to appear on the surface of Mo Yuan's body. This was the extreme cold strength that had invaded her body. After losing its suppression, it began to wreak havoc. But even so, she still couldn't shake him off. Zhuohan, who was chasing relentlessly behind her, was instead chased a little closer. If she fell into the hands of a fallen great Tao plunderer, Mo Yuan had already personally witnessed what fate awaited her. No matter what, she couldn't accept such a fate. Since she couldn't escape, she would fight to the death. Mo Yuan's figure came to a sudden stop. She lifted a hand behind her and pressed her fingers down. Great sun! Bang! Blazing light suddenly erupted, and the temperature of the air wildly soared. Even with the degree of cold the scarlet snow was, it still couldn't withstand it and began to rapidly melt. Mo Yuan didn't hold anything back in this strike. She used up the last of her strength. Ah! Zhuohan roared in pain. The black energy wrapped around his body seemed to meet its natural predator, and most of it dissipated beneath the illumination of the light. The half of his face that was exposed began to rapidly swell and rot, making him look like a vicious demon. The cultivation method that the Radiant Guard cultivated innately restrained all mean and evil powers in the world, and the great Tao plunderers themselves were the most evil of existences. The cold that invaded her body completely erupted. The surface of Mo Yuan's body was rapidly covered in a layer of ice. She looked at the ferocious Zhuohan, who was clenching his teeth and revealing a mocking smile. Even if she died, she wouldn't allow herself to fall into his hands. Roar! With a loud roar, all the scarlet snow in front of her began to wildly tumble about like a raging wave. Zhuohan's figure came to a sudden stop. Even though his bloodthirsty instinct was constantly tormenting his mind, he was certain that he couldn't continue forwards. Otherwise, once he was locked onto by the terrifying life forms hidden deep within the blood plains, he would never be able to escape alone. Ah! He emitted an angry roar and turned to leave. Black fog tumbled about him, and he quickly vanished from sight. Mo Yuan's heart relaxed. She was really worried that Zhuohan would be swallowed up by his desire and risk his life to come and eat her. Even if it was just a bite, in Mo Yuan's eyes it would still be an incomparably disgusting matter. Although they would all die, it would already be lucky for them to die so cleanly. Closing her eyes, many thoughts subconsciously raced through Mo Yuan's mind. She thought of her father in the imperial city. After she died, he would be the only one left in the world. He should be very lonely. Perhaps she really should have listened to her father and not come here. But in this world, there was no such thing as a medicine for regret. The scarlet snow tumbled about more and more fiercely. Mo Yuan could hear rough and violent gasps in her ears. In the next moment, death would arrive. Her last thought was of Qin Yu. According to her calculations, he should have already entered the snowy plains. Unfortunately, she hadn't been able to meet him. She even owed him a thank you and an apology. Since she wasn't fated to meet him in this life, she could only look forward to her next life, if there was a chance. The moment Mo Yuan's vision fell into darkness, she saw a fierce head emerge from the tumbling scarlet snow, as well as the stinky saliva dripping down from between its teeth. This fellow's mouth was extremely large, and its teeth looked sharp. If she was eaten by it, she shouldn't feel any pain and she shouldn't be able to smell the stench in its mouth, right? Mo Yuan closed her eyes so she didn't see it. The moment the ferocious mouth opened in front of her and was about to swallow her, a black shadow tore through the scarlet snow waves and rushed out. He held her in his arms and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. His foot landed heavily on a thick fong. Kacha, the fong broke in half. With a pained and cruel roar, the shadow held her and rushed into the tumbling scarlet snow, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 961. Zhuohan had a sorrowful expression. His body was covered in wounds and he was exhausted. "It's all my fault. I didn't think that the creatures in the depths of the bloody plains would have such keen senses that they killed fellow Taoist Wang. He painfully closed his eyes, tears rolling down his cheek. I couldn't even protect the corpses of the 3 fellow Taoists. I'm useless. In the camp, no one knew what to think, but they all comforted him on the surface. Brother Zhua, you don't need to be like this. This bloody plains is full of dangers. When you and I entered, we were already prepared to die. Yes, life and death are preordained by fate. Perhaps this is the calamity that the 3 fellow Taoists are destined to face. In this perilous situation, fellow Taoist Zhua was still willing to take the risk to bury the corpses of the other fellow Taoists. This is a noble deed. We all admire you. These words are true. Brother Zhua, you don't need to blame yourself too much. Li Hongye concluded this matter. You've tried your best. Hurry up and heal your wounds. Zhuahan wiped away his tears and bowed in agreement. After a short uproar, the camp quieted down. Everyone dispersed, their eyes sweeping over the scarlet snow around them with solemn expressions. In the outside world, they could be considered experts, but after coming here, they had become helpless fish on the chopping block. Although they already knew that heaven-eradicating abyss was full of dangers, this degree of danger was still too much. Everyone here was smart. Although they vaguely felt that something was wrong, they kept it in their hearts and didn't say it out loud. After experiencing so many dangers and rushing here, they were only one step away from reaching the deepest part of heaven-eradicating abyss. No one was willing to give up, because it was highly likely that the legendary corpse of the original god was hidden in that pitch-black crack in the depths of this bloody plains. The corpse of the original god, the source of the original god, this heaven-defying lucky chance was enough to make everyone willing to take the risk. Mo Yuan discovered that she hadn't died yet. She could feel that she was being held in someone's arms. Judging from the physical contact, it should be a strong man. His embrace was very warm. She couldn't feel any of the icy aura from the outside world. Who was he? How did he save her? Why did he save her? Mo Yuan wanted to open her eyes, but she was too weak. After trying several times, she could barely open her eyes. A blurry man's face entered her vision, but unfortunately, before she could see it clearly, darkness surged forth like a tide, drowning her consciousness. After that, Mo Yuan woke up 2 more times, but she couldn't open her eyes. However, she could feel that her injuries had stabilized. Clearly, she was truly saved. Only now did Mo Yuan feel excited from the bottom of her heart. No one knew better than her just how serious her injuries were. The terrifying cold energy that she couldn't suppress had destroyed her mortal body and even corroded her soul. This was a fatal injury, so when she first woke up, Mo Yuan thought she wasn't dead yet. The 4th time, she finally opened her eyes. The light fell on her eyeballs, and she immediately felt a stinging pain. Tears flowed out, but she still tried her best to open her eyes wide. After several breaths of time, she finally saw who it was that had saved her. Qin Yu lowered his head. His tired face revealed a faint smile. He smiled. "You're awake." Mo Yuan stared at him blankly. There was only one thought in her mind. This was the 2nd time he had saved her life. If one counted in the matter of him saving her father, this favor was far too great. How could she repay him? It was unknown what she was thinking, but her pale face suddenly flushed red. Her eyes that had just opened revealed a dazed look. Qin Yu frowned. He wondered if the cold energy had corroded her and injured her brain. Otherwise, how could she look like this? Thinking for a moment, he reached out a hand and touched his forehead. He didn't feel hot at all. He hesitated and asked, "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Mo Yuan immediately regained her composure. Her face flushed red and she wished she could dig a hole in the ground and crawl inside. This was just too shameful. She was in someone else's arms and yet she was thinking of such things. Luckily, this was only in her heart and no one else knew. Mo Yuan forcefully suppressed her emotions. I'm fine. She paused. Qin Yu, thank you for saving me again. It's your luck that is good. As Qin Yu finished speaking, he cursed inwardly. Or perhaps his luck was just too bad. The blood plains are vast and vast. You and I are like two small fish in a great lake. I just so happened to run into you in danger. Mo Yuan earnestly said, if we can leave this place alive, I will definitely repay you, and my father will definitely hope to see you again. Qin Yu didn't deny anything nor did he admit anything. Everything can wait until we leave this place alive. Mo Yuan had a dignified expression. Qin Yu, I feel that there is something wrong with this heaven-extinguishing abyss. With our strength, instead of saying that we came here to search for our primordial spirit source and obtain lucky chances and good fortune, it would be better to say that we came to die. Qin Yu continued her words. His eyes swept over the surrounding scarlet snow. His eyes flashed with a dark golden light. Mo Yuan revealed a relaxed expression. Then, she thought it was funny. With his cultivation and intelligence, how could he not notice this? There was no need for her to remind him. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, what plans do you have next? Qin Yu shook his head. In truth, I don't have any plans. I don't know what direction things will develop in, so I can only temporarily wait and see. Temporarily? Yes. Qin Yu let out a long breath. At most 7 days. If there isn't any change, then I will try to do something. Mo Yuan didn't speak. She glanced at the sleeping Hu Shan on Qin Yu's back, and then thought of Lei Xiaoyu, who was currently nowhere to be found. She didn't know who Hu Shan was, but it was rumored that she was Lei Qianjuan's beloved daughter. Ever since she was a child, her body had been weak and sickly. Not too long ago, there were even rumors that she was critically ill. Perhaps the 7-day time limit that Qin Yu spoke of was because of her. Can you tell me about Miss Lei? Mo Yuan subconsciously asked. But as soon as she spoke, she felt that it wasn't appropriate. She awkwardly said, I was just casually asking. If it's inconvenient, you don't have to say it. Qin Yu smiled and stood up. We should change places. Let's talk as we walk. He stood up and began to walk through the depths of the scarlet snow. My meeting with Xiaoyu, strictly speaking, could be considered a hero saving a damsel in distress. Although at the time I didn't want to interfere. Qin Yu's tone was calm as he recounted the events that had occurred since he met Lei Xiaoyu. Mo Yuan's eyes widened. She never imagined that Lei Xiaoyu would be frightened from a young age. She must have suffered a great deal to live to this day. Then why did she come to the imperial city this time? Qin Yu said, Lei Qianjun obtained information about the primordial spirit corpse ahead of time. If he can extract the primordial spirit's blood essence, he can save her. Mo Yuan's eyes widened even further. So, you came to the imperial city and then entered heaven-extinguishing abyss in order to save her? Qin Yu smiled. Not really. I am also very interested in the divine seal saint stone. He suddenly stopped. Don't speak. At this time, the scarlet snow in front of them began to tremble. Not too far away, some massive being was passing through. Mo Yuan didn't feel afraid. She looked at Qin Yu's profile in a daze and suddenly felt a bit envious of Lei Xiaoyu. She was actually able to make Qin Yu willingly take such a great risk. From this, it could be seen that she had a very high status in his heart. Thinking back to how Zhuohan and the others concluded that Qin Yu had abandoned Lei Xiaoyu after entering heaven-extinguishing abyss to protect himself, it seemed that a person's own thoughts determined the direction of their thoughts. To judge others from their own point of view was an incomparably laughable matter. Unfortunately, even now, Zhuohan and the others hadn't realized this. Or, even if they realized it, they would never admit their own mistake. The so-called young elites, the so-called chosen prides of heaven, were nothing more than this. Enough. Qin Yu continued on his way. You don't need to look at me like that. There is no love or hate without reason in this world. Since I am willing to help Xiaoyu and take such risks for her, it is naturally because she is worth it. He paused for a moment and continued to say, "For instance, the reason I saved you before was because you stood in my position and helped me. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, I wouldn't have helped you in that situation." These words were a bit cold-blooded, but Mo Yuan didn't have time to think about them. Her mind was filled with the first half of Qin Yu's words. Did he mean that in truth, in his heart, she had some weight? Was it unintentional, or was he hinting at something? Mo Yuan tried her best to maintain the modesty of a young girl, but deep in her heart, her emotions told her that she was hoping for the latter. If Qin Yu was really hinting, she was willing to abandon her modesty and reveal her feelings on her own initiative. If Mo Yuan only had a favorable impression of him before, then after being saved again and learning the truth about Qin Yu entering heaven extinguishing abyss, this favorable impression had transformed into a burning passion. Qin Yu could faintly feel the heat in her eyes, so he brought up the topic just now. But it was clear that his cold and truthful expression didn't have the desired effect. Instead, it produced a negative effect. Intuition told Qin Yu that he couldn't continue this topic. He lightly coughed and tightened his grip on Hushan. Pucci, Hushan opened her eyes and opened her mouth to smile. However, her small ears were a little red at this moment. She thought that Uncle Qin was really something. Even if he knew she was pretending to be asleep, he still hoped that she would wake up in time and change the topic. There was no need to pinch her leg. Humph humph, do you think a girl's thigh can be casually touched by others? If it weren't for the fact that you could barely be considered my elder, I would have taken advantage of this situation and made you take responsibility. You must be big sister Mo Yuan. We've met before, my name is Hushan, I am a junior of Uncle Qin. Mo Yuan suppressed her shyness. Hello, Hushan. She relaxed a little. So this beautiful woman was his junior. Luckily. Otherwise, there would be Lei Xiaoyu first and Hushan next. How much time had passed? Qin Yu's ability to provoke women was as formidable as his strength. She really didn't have the confidence to compete with so many women. I'm thinking too much, what's wrong with me? Girls should be reserved, they must be reserved. Qin Yu was sandwiched between the two women, a fragrant scent lingering in his nose and mouth. The atmosphere in heaven eradicating abyss wasn't as gentle and tranquil as it seemed right now. In the center of the blood plains, there was a pitch-black crack that seemed to connect to the 9 nether hells. It was unfathomably deep. Now, in this incomparably thick darkness, a battle was occurring. Both sides could be said to be existences that truly stood at the peak of the world. On one side of the battle was a white-clothed Murong Chyoga, who faintly smiled. He was like a bolt of white lightning descending from the highest heavens, splitting open the endless black abyss. On the other side was a blood shadow. If Qin Yu were here, he would immediately recognize that this blood shadow was the one that had fought with the mysterious woman within Hushan's body. But now, in the pitch-black abyss, this blood shadow's strength was over 10 times greater than before. The white-clothed Murong Chyoga smiled as he walked forwards. A sphere of blood floated above his head. It was only the size of a palm, but when one looked at it, they felt as if they were looking at a boundless sea of blood. The blood sphere moved with him. The auras between the two fused together. As Murong Chyoga lifted his hand, the blood sphere trembled, emitting powerful fluctuations of strength. Bang! A monstrous strength exploded in the void, sending the blood shadow flying away and tearing apart the endless darkness. Fellow Taoist, I've spent countless efforts waiting for this day. Now that I've finally stepped into this place, I've naturally made ample preparations. You will never be able to resist it, so why do you need to resist and waste our precious time? The blood shadow roared. It raised its hands and slammed them down. In the endless darkness around it, it was like countless portals had opened. Thick and viscous blood gushed out from every portal. It was dark red in color, and although it hadn't congealed, it seemed as if it had been left here for countless years. In the blink of an eye, there was a surging sea of blood, vast and boundless. Murong Chyoga gasped. His eyebrows arched up. You're going to use a big move? It looks quite scary, but you should know that it's useless against me. His words were light and his expression was frivolous. But there was a solemn intent in his eyes. Many years ago, Murong Chyoga already knew what sort of formidable existence he was plotting against. If it weren't for the fact that this person had already died and only a wisp of their true spirit remained, then with his current strength he absolutely couldn't provoke them. Now, although he had made ample preparations, who knew whether or not this person was hiding a killing move in their hands? How could he dare to be careless? He lifted his hand and spread open his fingers. The blood sphere fell down on its own. Murong Chyoga stepped forwards and threw the blood sphere away. Go! Chapter 962. The palm-sized ball of blood emitted a terrifying aura like a falling star. The darkness violently trembled and countless cracks that couldn't be seen with the naked eye appeared. It was covered by the darkness, but it truly existed. Each crack was like the sharpest sword in the world. Although the surging sea of blood was vast and boundless, if there were enough cracks, it would still be able to disintegrate the sea of blood into pieces. Then, a powerful swallowing strength spread out from every crack. It was like giant mouths were opening and gulping down the blood. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea of blood was emptied out. Burp! Murong Chyoga patted his stomach as if he had eaten too much. Luckily, I've been eating and drinking all these years, so I've developed a good stomach. It's been a long time since I've eaten so much. Fellow Taoist, you're also a good person. At this time, his complexion changed and his smile disappeared, replaced with a bit of helplessness and worry. He rubbed his temples and said, I knew that the food given by others wouldn't taste so good, but I just couldn't control my mouth. I really deserved it. Murong Chyoga slapped his chest and wildly vomited. Although he vomited so much that the world turned dark, he couldn't see anything. It was just that the cracks hidden in the darkness that couldn't be seen with the naked eye began to spray out blood. In the blink of an eye, the sea of blood was restored to its original state. Rumble, rumble, it wildly tumbled about and a terrifying vortex appeared. Endless blood was drawn in and gathered within. Then, beneath an invisible strength, it was compressed and condensed. The blood shadow appeared within. But this time, it was over 10,000 feet tall. Its eyes opened and thunder rumbled in the dark void. This thunder was also pure black. One could only hear its sound and not see its form. But this was clearly only relative. Well, strictly speaking, perhaps nothing in this world was absolute. Even if it existed, it was only limited to a certain area. For instance, whether it was the cracks hidden in the darkness or the thunder that resounded within, Murong Chyoga could clearly see them. Due to his good eyesight, he was able to see the terrifying might contained within the 3,000-meter-tall blood shadow. He sighed and muttered to himself, as I thought, it's impossible to waste less energy. In the end, I still have to risk my life. I'm confident that I can win in the end. So every bit of energy I waste is something that belongs to me. Thinking of this, my heart hurts. I must finish this battle quickly and not waste any more time. At some unknown time, the ball of blood had returned to his head. Murong Chyoga lifted his hand and held it in his palm once more. However, this time, he did not throw the ball of blood as a weapon. Instead, it suddenly melted and turned into a flowing liquid. In the blink of an eye, it covered his palm and spread downwards. It covered his arm, chest, and continued to spread outwards until it completely enveloped his entire body. Thus, the white-clothed Murong Chyoga also turned into a crimson-blood person. His appearance was quite similar to the one in front of him, but the difference in physique was not just a little bit. Murong Chyoga looked down at himself and then at the vortex opposite him, where the entire sea of blood had gathered and formed a 10,000-foot phantom. Perhaps because he felt he had lost too much face, he reared his head back and roared. Immediately, his entire body began to inflate at an astonishing speed, as if he was being inflated. The vortex vanished and the 10,000-foot blood shadow finished condensing. He took a step forwards and endless darkness trembled. He lifted his hand and punched forwards. Sneak attack! Murong Chyoga shouted. If you have the guts, then wait for me to transform and we'll fight again. But it was clear that the blood shadow did not have the ability to distinguish between words. Or perhaps it understood and pretended not to understand. Do you think I'm waiting for you to transform? Dream on. Go and die for this, Daddy. Bang! There was a heaven-shaking explosion. The darkness tumbled like waves, crashing into the endless nothingness and causing the entire abyss to tremble. The abyss continued downwards. There was still a very, very long distance to the place where the 10,000-foot blood shadow and Murong Chyoga were fighting. An eyeball quietly floated in the air. It was wrapped in a thin layer of flesh and blood. It was slowly and painfully wriggling as it constantly regenerated. Shockwaves came. The eyeball turned to look at the ground. It pondered for a moment before its expression turned cold and indifferent. Different original gods were different. Moreover, after such a long period of time, do you really think that I can only helplessly wait for death just because you've made thorough preparations? How laughable and ignorant! Deep within the boundless blood plains, a terrifying creature was hiding in the endless scarlet snow. It didn't dare to move, its giant eyes filled with endless fear. A faint smell of blood floated in the air. If one carefully searched for the source, they would discover that the smell came from the abdomen of this terrifying creature that looked like a giant crocodile. There, someone used his fingers as a sword to dig out the flesh and blood, directly digging out a cave dwelling made of flesh and blood. Then, he reached out with a hand. The cold outside caused all the flesh and blood to freeze, turning it dark red like a blood crystal. He sat down cross-legged. Compared to the terrifying creature, he was like a slightly larger flea. But as this person sat there, this terrifying creature that possessed terrifying strength became as docile as a kitten, not daring to move. A light fluctuation passed through the walls of the abyss, shaking the blood plains and arriving here. The person sitting cross-legged opened his eyes. There wasn't the slightest bit of aura leaking out, nor was there any light flashing in his eyes. But the feeling he gave off was like a divine sword being unsheathed. His aura was icy cold, making it impossible to look directly at him. Due to the extreme cold, the surface of the flesh and blood that had been frozen into blood crystals began to crack apart. Wounds appeared one after another. The terrifying creature beneath him trembled. This was because each wound brought with it a heart-wrenching pain, and also because it was afraid that the cultivator on its back would release a true sword energy and cut it in half if it wasn't careful. But fortunately, such a tragic and bloody scene didn't appear. The cultivator muttered, "As I thought, today was a trap. A truly great figure has already secretly made a move." He frowned. Space froze and all fluctuations of rules fell into stillness. Or, to be more precise, everything was expelled by his aura, causing the surroundings to fall into absolute silence. After thinking for several breaths of time, this person stood up and said in a soft voice, "When great figures fight, victory and defeat can be decided in an instant. Since I want a piece of the pie, I cannot wait until the end." As he finished speaking, he took a step forward. With a sword cry, he vanished without a trace. There was only a thin sword mark left on the scarlet snow in front of him. It seemed to lead straight into the depths of the blood plains. The terrifying creature that looked like a giant crocodile seemed to have been pardoned. While roaring, its giant body moved. With a speed and agility that didn't match its body, it rushed into the scarlet snow, creating loud rumbling noises. Then, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Thus, sometimes the louder the noise, the more powerful one was. It wasn't necessarily true strength. On the contrary, those who could release great power in silence were the true figures. Heaven-eradicating abyss had opened, and there were corpses of original God realm experts hidden inside. Moreover, the origin hadn't dispersed yet. The news spread all over the world, attracting countless cultivators. There were Li Hongye and Mo Yuan, and the other geniuses of the younger generation who were famous in the world. But they weren't the only absolute experts. It could even be said that they were only a small part of the total number of experts. In a great world that could support the birth of original God realm experts, after billions of years of accumulation, even if time was merciless and great waves washed away the sand, there would still be many cultivators who could survive. Perhaps their innate talents weren't the best, but after experiencing the baptism of time, surviving countless calamities and slaughters, and accumulating for a long time, their true strength was absolutely terrifying. To these people, fame and status were no longer attractive. The only thing they pursued was to break through their limits and become original God realm experts. Thus, the opening of heaven eradicating abyss this time was their best chance. No one knew just how many old and monstrous cultivators had stepped into heaven eradicating abyss with the thought of advancing without retreating. If they didn't succeed, then they would die. At this time, a large portion of them could feel fluctuations coming from the deepest depths of the blood plains, from the pitch-black crack. Pairs of eyes lit up, and resolute expressions appeared on their faces. Figures got up from the scarlet snow in silence and moved forward. These people, whether they were men or women, young or old, were all unfamiliar to them. This was because they hadn't appeared in the world for a long time. When they stepped into heaven eradicating abyss this time, their only goal was to obtain the original God realm's source. Otherwise, being buried here with the original God might not be a bad result. Shua Qin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. At almost the same time, Hu Shan's eyelids trembled on his back before she slowly opened them. Mo Yuan, who was leaning against Qin Yu's chest, immediately felt her heart beat faster. Her face was full of bewilderment. Qin Yu grasped her hand and slowly said, "Someone has already gone in." Hu Shan said, "An interesting little fellow, He actually used this method to temporarily possess the ability to jump ranks to fight. It's quite exquisite. However, he underestimated Blood Moon too much. He will definitely suffer a loss." She patted Qin Yu. "We should go. Otherwise, if he is killed by Blood Moon, our chances will be even slimmer." As she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and her aura rapidly dissipated. Shua Hushan opened her eyes once more. She gasped for breath, unable to suppress the pain and panic on her face. "Uncle Qin, don't worry, it's fine." Qin Yu slowly said, "We need to hurry on our way. Rest well and leave everything else to me." Hushan nodded. She closed her eyes and soon fell asleep. Mo Yuan hesitated. She whispered, "What is going on?" Qin Yu said, "There is another consciousness sleeping within her body. I don't know who it is, but it should be related to the original God buried here." Mo Yuan hesitated for a moment. "This consciousness seems to be harmful to Hushan." "You're right. That's why I'm thinking about how to help her survive." Qin Yu smiled. "This is very difficult, but I must appear very confident. Otherwise, I'm afraid she won't be able to bear it. Of course, I will do my best." Mo Yuan said, "I believe you." Qin Yu smiled bitterly. He was grateful for her trust, but it was too difficult to live up to her expectations. However, as he said, he would do his best. As long as there was a chance, he would help Hushan survive. Since he owed someone his life, he could only repay it with his life. The shockwaves from the battle between Murong Chyoga and the 1,000-foot blood shadow alarmed not only the cultivators in the central region of the Bloody Plateau, but also the terrifying creatures that had awakened and were active in the scarlet snow. They seemed to have received some sort of signal. They left their territories at the same time and gathered in the depths of the Bloody Plateau. Li Hongye opened her eyes, which were cold and clear. Her sword heart was calm and serene, without the slightest ripple. Although Qi Shui could block her divine senses, she couldn't block her sword heart's keen sense. Now, the dangerous auras in the surrounding area were fading away. What had happened? After a moment of pondering, Li Hongye stood up and took a step forward. With a sword chime, she disappeared from the camp and appeared in the sky above the bloody plateau. Looking down from above, she could clearly see the scarlet snow waves rolling on both sides of the boundless bloody plateau. They were moving toward the pitch-black abyss. As expected, the terrifying creatures hiding in the scarlet snow were gathering in the abyss. Was it because of that shock wave not long ago? Could it be that someone had already passed the bloody plateau and entered the abyss? Li Hongye didn't know the truth, but she knew that she couldn't wait any longer. Shwa! She turned into a sword shadow and pierced through the scarlet snow. When she returned to the camp, everyone had already gathered together. Seeing her return, they asked, "Miss Li, what happened?" After briefly explaining the situation, Li Hongye said, "Let's go." Okay. They simply packed up the camp. With Li Hongye in the lead, they tore through the scarlet snow and rushed into the depths of the bloody plateau. But in fact, all the cultivators that were rushing into the depths of the bloody plateau would soon discover a reality. Although the abyss was right there, it wasn't an easy task to enter it. Or, if you have enough power, you can ignore all obstacles and open up an entrance for yourself, or, if you have a lot of guts. Chapter 963. Qin Yu found a corpse deep within the blood plains. This person's clothes were ragged and his messy hair covered his entire face. He was sitting cross-legged in the scarlet snow, and it was unknown just how many years he had been dead. But as his eyes fell on this corpse, the first thought that appeared in his mind was incomparably clean, and his mind was clear. It was like this person was a clear spring in the world that could cleanse one's soul and calm one's mind. He had already died, but he was still preserved. There was only one explanation for this sort of strange ability. This seemingly ordinary corpse was absolutely not ordinary. A dark golden light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He stuffily coughed and quickly closed his eyes. There was a sour feeling in his heart and his heart shook. He used the strength of the jade egg. In his eyes, the corpse in front of him was like a constantly burning miniature sun. This person's flesh and blood, muscles, and bones had passed through the years, but not only hadn't they decayed, but they still maintained their vibrant vitality. Of course, this vitality was only limited to the mortal body. This person's soul had already scattered and he was truly dead. Thinking about it, the reason this situation occurred was inextricably related to the cultivation method he cultivated. "Wait a moment," Mo Yuan suddenly said. She stared closely at the corpse hidden in the scarlet snow not too far away. A strength burst out from her body. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He didn't resist it and instead took a step back. Motes of light lingered around Mo Yuan. She closed her eyes and opened them several breaths of time, an irrepressible excitement in them. "Qin Yu, this is a senior that has been missing for many years in my punishment firmament vault. I have heard of his fame from my father since I was a child, but I never imagined he would perish here. Although Senior's soul has perished beyond the heavens, the inheritance he left behind is still here. I have obtained his recognition and will inherit Senior's mantle." Qin Yu said, "Congratulations." Mo Yuan looked at him deeply. "If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago. How could I have come here and obtained Senior's inheritance?" She took a deep breath. "I will definitely repay this kindness in the future." She closed her eyes and allowed the light around her to wrap around her. Then, she flew over to the corpse. In the next moment, light erupted. It was like a great sun had risen from the ground, submerging Mo Yuan's figure. Qin Yu lifted his hand to cover his eyes. He focused his senses and determined that there was nothing wrong with Mo Yuan and that she was really receiving the inheritance. He thought for a moment and said, "She is safe right now, but this inheritance won't end anytime soon. Let's go ahead and wait for her." A hesitant expression appeared on Hushan's face. "Doesn't Big Sister Mo Yuan need protection during the inheritance process?" Qin Yu shook his head. "There's no need. If someone tries to do anything, they will die a miserable death." Hushan nodded, not really understanding. Let's go. Once she wakes up, she'll come looking for us. Qin Yu lowered his head and hurried along. The terrifying creatures hiding in the depths of the blood plain all had different appearances. Judging from their appearances, they were definitely not from the same race. Some were like lizards, some were like toads, and there was even an ant that was so huge that it was hard to believe. It was as if a powerful force had descended from the heavens and poured into the bodies of these ordinary creatures a long time ago, causing them to mutate and become what they were now. The reason Qin Yu could clearly see these giant creatures was because around the pitch-black crack in the ground, the scarlet snow seemed unable to withstand the power of darkness and melted away, revealing a vast empty area. And now, within the boundless blood plain, nearly all the terrifying creatures had gathered here under some sort of summons. Their eyes stared closely at the cultivators that drilled out from the scarlet snow. Under the temptation of fresh blood and flesh, their stinky saliva constantly gushed out, dripping down the corners of their mouths and onto the ground. Zi-la-la, a fierce corrosive sound came from the saliva and white smoke rose up from the ground. But if one looked carefully, they would discover that even though the saliva had a powerful corrosive attribute, it didn't cause any damage to the ground at all. It was as if because of the existence of the abyss, the surrounding earth had been blessed with some sort of indestructible attribute. These terrifying creatures were clearly starving to the extreme. They constantly roared out, but they stayed where they were and didn't rush out. The only reason they had gathered here was to form a wall of flesh and blood that prevented any cultivator from entering. Cultivators that had the strength to break open the bottleneck of a fragment world and had even broken through the demonic blood sound to enter the terrifying blood plane were naturally not easy to deal with. It was impossible for them to be frightened by these blood plane creatures. In fact, before Qin Yu arrived, some people had already attempted to make a breakthrough. The abyss was right in front of them, and with these terrifying creatures blocking their way, anyone could imagine that the true hidden lucky chance of heaven eradicating abyss was here. Or, to put it more bluntly, the corpse of the original god was in the abyss. But without exception, all of them failed. Besides the strongest person, who paid the price of an arm and retreated, the other cultivators that tried were all buried in these vicious mouths. The blood plane creatures used this fact to prove their strength, causing the complexions of countless cultivators to change. Although the abyss was right in front of them, it was like a chasm that couldn't be crossed. Hushan bit her lips. "Uncle Qin, what should we do?" Qin Yu said, "Wait." Although this was a bit disrespectful to Hushan, since the slumbering consciousness within her didn't urge them to hurry, it proved that there was still time. This was because it was clear that she could use some unknown method to sense what was occurring within the abyss. At this time, Qin Yu's complexion changed. He suddenly turned around, but in the next moment he tightly closed his eyes. Even so, tears flowed out from the corners of his eyes, mixed with traces of dark red blood. In just a single glance, without any physical contact at all, his eyes had been injured by the invisible aura surrounding this person. What a formidable sword cultivator! It could even be said that this was the strongest swordsman Qin Yu had ever seen in his life. In the world of the Blood Moon, the master who left behind the inheritance of the Silver Moon sword intent, as well as the woman who grasped the great sun sword slumbering within Hushan's body, were perhaps even more formidable than he was. But when they faced Qin Yu, they were far from their peak states. Moreover, in terms of sword intent, they were far inferior to this person's tyrannical and peerless. He stepped forwards without any movement. But, in the void around him, a silent storm tumbled about. This storm was formed from countless sword intents gathered together. It was impossible to see with the naked eye, and not even divine sense could sense it. But Qin Yu was certain that if this person wanted to, he only needed a single thought to cut the world around him and all existences within range to pieces. That glance just now was far too short. Even Qin Yu wasn't able to clearly see this person's face. He had only vaguely swept over the outline, but for some unknown reason, he felt that it was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The sword cultivator who passed through the scarlet snow and stepped into the empty region sensed something. His eyes flashed as they fell on Qin Yu. He didn't make any movements and was just casually sizing Qin Yu up. But the feeling he gave Qin Yu was as if a sword was pointed at his body. Although the sword hadn't stabbed down, Qin Yu could already feel the faint traces of pain. Luckily, this gaze only paused for a moment before he looked away. He didn't stop and continued walking straight into the abyss. Countless eyes gathered on his body. Some were surprised, some frowned, and some sneered. But what happened next shocked everyone. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. They saw the sword cultivator lift a hand. His appearance was old and extremely ordinary, but his exposed palms were fair and tender. His fingers were slender and even more beautiful than a woman's. At this time, his index and middle fingers were raised above his head, as if he were about to gently cut down. The Blood Plains creatures on the other side all retreated. Their eyes were filled with panic and fear as they roared out, opening up a path for him. The sword cultivator drew back his hand. He stepped forwards and with a loud whoosh, he submerged into the pitch-black abyss and vanished from everyone's sight. There was a deathly silence in the air. Several cultivators who had been sneering just now had pale complexions and subconsciously gulped. No one doubted that the sword cultivator's seemingly ordinary action of raising his hand and pointing his fingers just now was just that ordinary. The reason they couldn't sense it was because their level wasn't high enough. They were like ants living on the ground, unafraid of the sharp claws of a hawk that reached the highest heavens. But a hawk was a hawk. The disparity between them was like a chasm between the heavens and earth. Whoosh, the sound of a sword rang out. Everyone's hearts trembled. In particular, several people paled. Their legs buckled in fright and they nearly fell to the ground. Luckily, that sword cultivator hadn't returned. His snow-white sword robe hadn't been stained by a speck of dust even after arriving here. Li Hongye's eyes widened. She looked towards the direction where the sword cultivator had left, deep shock in her eyes. It was clear that as a sword fanatic who had a transparent sword heart and devoted her entire life to the sword, she had sensed just how formidable that sword cultivator was. It was a boundary that caused her heart to tremble, and she nearly fell to her knees in worship. So in this world, there really was such a realm that only existed in legends. Li Hongye took a deep breath and her eyes became even firmer. At this time, she had another reason to enter the abyss. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of breaking air rang out one after another. The people following behind her arrived one after another. For some unknown reason, Zhuohan suddenly felt something. In midair, he looked up and his eyes met Qin Yu's. His eyebrows immediately furrowed together. "Ah!" Hushan cried out and quickly lowered her head. But Zhuohan had already sensed the change in her expression. His heart skipped a beat and his eyebrows subconsciously furrowed even tighter. Although he had been hostile towards Qin Yu before, that was only from the perspective of a subtle relationship between a man and a woman. Faintly, there was a sense of condescension. Even with Qin Yu's face-slapping actions not too long ago, Zhuohan still didn't believe that he could cause any trouble for him. But now, the situation had changed. At this time, facing Qin Yu and Hushan, Zhuohan discovered that he couldn't suppress the fear that rose from the depths of his heart. It was like these two people could inflict fatal wounds on him at any moment. How could this be? After falling and becoming a great Tao plunderer, one's body was no longer tolerated by the heavens and earth. Their connection to the rules was weakened to the minimum, and they could only forcefully activate it with absolute strength. But correspondingly, the survival instincts of a great Tao plunderer would rise to an astonishing degree in this situation. There was definitely a reason for this sort of heart palpitations, and it was something that happened recently. Zhuohan stiffened. Mo Yuan's figure appeared in his mind. Could she not have died? Impossible. She had clearly been invaded by the power of extreme cold, and her life force had nearly been cut off. Moreover, that blood-origin creature had already locked onto her. With Mo Yuan's current condition, it was impossible for her to survive. But this was the only flaw he had left behind recently that could deal a fatal blow to him. Once his identity was exposed, he would die without a doubt. Zhuhan landed on the ground. He lowered his head and looked away, hiding the wildly fluctuating emotions in his eyes. Finally, they turned into a thick killing intent. Even if his guess was only 1% likely, he absolutely couldn't take the risk. Qin Yu and this woman had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Moreover, in his opinion, these two people deserved to die to begin with. With this thought in mind, Zhuhan stepped forward and loudly said, "Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, are you well? We parted ways that day and I never imagined we would meet again today. I am truly curious, just what sort of treasure do you have in your hands that allowed you to bring the woman behind you to resist the damage of the demonic blood flow sound and also easily arrive here?" He paused for a moment and then said, "I wonder if this treasure can help fellow Taoist open up a channel to smoothly enter the abyss today." Chapter 964. Outside the abyss, after the scarlet snow melted away, the air suddenly calmed down. Everyone looked at Zhuhan, sweeping over the faces of the people behind him before finally focusing on Qin Yu. Everyone had personally experienced the terror of the demonic blood flow sound, so they were well aware of it. Not only could it completely resist it, but it could even safely bring a person through. If this was true, then this treasure was naturally incomparably precious. Of course, they wouldn't choose to believe Zhuhan's words, but at this time, as they observed everyone's expressions, they saw surprise and even anger in the eyes of the cultivators with Zhuhan. Their thoughts began to drift. It seemed that this matter was likely to be true. Since they had encountered such a treasure, even if they couldn't open up a channel into the abyss, they should still think of a way to do so. They should take it for their own. The gazes that fell on Qin Yu changed. He keenly sensed this and immediately furrowed his eyebrows. Hushan bit her lips. Uncle Qin. She felt that the subconscious change in her mood just now must have been noticed by Zhuhan, thus leading to the current situation. "It's fine," Qin Yu softly said, his eyes meeting Zhuhan's. He was well aware that this person must have sensed something, thus he impatiently chose to strike first to gain the upper hand. He originally wanted to wait until Mo Yuan finished accepting the inheritance and then expose this person's disguise. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. His thoughts raced. Qin Yu's lips curled up in a cold smile. "I don't quite understand the treasure fellow Taoist Zhuhan speaks of, but I do have some information regarding the great Tao plunder. I believe fellow Taoist will be interested in it." Zhuhan stiffened. He forcefully suppressed the shaking in his heart and didn't reveal any emotion. But the killing intent in his heart reached the peak. As expected, his background had been discovered. Mo Yuan really didn't die? That was impossible. In the situation that day, she had suffered such heavy injuries, there was no way she would have survived. The greatest possibility was that before she died, she met Qin Yu and told him about her. That damned woman, even if she died, she still wanted to ruthlessly bite him, wanting to drag him into the yellow springs of hell with her. It wasn't that simple. "If you want me to die, then all of you must die." Zhuhan took a deep breath and laughed out loud. "Fellow Taoist Qin, are you going to say that I am the great Tao plunder you spoke of?" He stopped laughing and his eyes turned cold. "Do you know that my Zhou family has always followed the Li family of the imperial city for many years? And after I entered the heaven-eradicating abyss, I followed the young lady. If there was really something wrong with my identity, with the young lady's cultivation, how could she not sense it? Or should I say, you're not only trying to slander me, but also Miss Li Hongye?" Zhuhan turned and cupped his hands together. Miss Zhuhan admits that he has always harbored prejudices against Qin Yu, but that is because his actions are truly the actions of a despicable person. Just now, I intentionally mentioned the treasure because I had selfish motive. I wanted to cause some trouble for him, but his current actions have already crossed my bottom line. It's fine to slander me, but when it comes to the Lee clan and young miss, it's absolutely not allowed. He rose to his feet and swept his gaze around. My Jua clan has a secret technique that allows us to sense the auras of certain hidden treasures. I, Juahan, guarantee that this Qin Yu definitely has something on him that can open a channel and allow him to step directly into the abyss. Original god corpses, original god sources. There are even unimaginable lucky chances not too far away from us. Whoever can enter first will be a step ahead of everyone else. The opportunity is right in front of you. Whether or not you can grasp it will depend on your own abilities. That's right, Juahan was speaking nonsense. But since he spoke in the name of the Jua family, no one doubted him. This was because he had already gambled the entire Jua family's reputation. If the final result was proven to be that Juahan was speaking nonsense, then even if he was the most valued junior of the Jua family, he absolutely wouldn't be able to withstand the consequences. In fact, Juahan had already prepared himself to be punished by the family and even be beaten into the dust. But compared to life or death, this wasn't anything at all. As long as he was alive, his future would be limitless. After all, humans were a forgetful species. As long as he was a direct descendant of the Jua family and he was strong enough, who knew what the future held? Li Hongye swept her eyes around. She suddenly stepped forward. Qin Yu, hand over the treasure on your body and I will not pursue the matter of you slandering Juahan. Qin Yu lightly said, but I never said that the man-eating great Tao plunder was Juahan. He jumped out on his own. Li Hongye furrowed her eyebrows. Then who are you talking about? Qin Yu rubbed between his eyebrows. Alright, I was talking about him. I just didn't think that fellow Taoist Zhuo would react so quickly and directly answer me. Qin Yu, Li Hongye shouted out loud. I don't have time to waste with you. Hand over the treasure. This is the last chance I will give you. In the open space in front of her, a massive number of cultivators had gathered. Among them were several old fellows that had clearly lived for countless years. Their eyes were dark and uncertain, clearly having other thoughts. These people had obscure auras. Even with her cultivation, she could only barely sense them. But there was no doubt that they were strong. Although treasures were good, one needed to be alive in order to use them. In such a situation, he still couldn't distinguish what was important and what was not. Li Hongye's disappointment towards Qin Yu deepened. This was the last time she would help him. If he still refused to come to his senses, then she wouldn't show any mercy. Qin Yu's eyes were calm. He looked at Li Hongye. Juahan only spoke one side of the story, yet Miss Li believed him. Why don't you believe what I say? Qin Yu, you despicable villain. Today, I will make sure you die in a convincing manner. Juahan cupped his hands together. I wonder if there is anyone here who is skilled in distinguishing auras? I am willing to give up all resistance and accept your inspection, and see whether or not I am the great Tao plunderer that Qin Yu spoke of that likes to eat human flesh. I have a method. A low chuckle echoed out from the corner. This person wore a short gray robe and his face was covered with wrinkles. His skin was dark and his 10 fingers were rough and coarse. He looked like an old farmer in the fields, but when everyone present looked at him, they revealed a dignified and fearful expression. This person was one of the formidable cultivators that Li Hongye had sensed. Juahan closed his eyes. I ask that you make your move. The old farmer cultivator's surname was Qishan. He casually cut a hole in the ground and tossed in a seed. Soon, a mound of earth rose up in front of him. It split open and a tender green seedling sprouted out. Then, it wildly grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. After 10 breaths of time, it turned into a green vine. The surface of each leaf flowed with a crystalline halo, dazzling and beautiful. Crystal leaf vine. It is rumored that this object is the purest and most transparent. It can sense all hidden and evil strengths in the world. In just 10 breaths of time, a crystal leaf vine can grow to a mature state. This person's cultivation is unfathomably deep. Qi Shan smiled, the wrinkles on his face gathering together. It seems that everyone recognizes this thing. Then, there is no need for me to explain any further. He lifted a hand and pointed, "Go!" The crystal leaf vine was like a living creature. It pulled out its roots from the ground and crawled onto Zhuohan's body, wrapping him up in the blink of an eye. On the surface of the green leaf, faint traces of crystalline light flowed, no different from before. After several breaths of time, Qi Shan snapped his fingers. The crystal leaf vine rapidly withered, condensing its essence into a seed that flew back into his hand. The facts are right before your eyes. Little friend Qin Yu, your words are clearly slandering me. Zhuohan opened his eyes, sneering again and again. The innocent are innocent, the turbid are turbid. Qin Yu, what else do you have to say? Qin Yu glanced at him and then at Qi Shan. Your detection method isn't correct. Qi Shan shook his head, clearly not prepared to say anything more. A sword suddenly rang out. Li Hongye lifted her hand. The sword edge shined with a dazzling halo of light. Every halo of light contained a terrifying aura. It was enough to easily crush a mountain or river to pieces. Qin Yu, hand over the treasure and then leave heaven extinguishing abyss. This is your last chance. Qin Yu let out a breath. He turned and said, "Come down first." Hu Shan whispered, "Uncle Qin, be careful. This woman is very strong." Qin Yu smiled. "Don't worry, she can't kill me." He turned around. "I don't have any treasure and I don't plan on leaving. Then, I ask Miss Li to give me some pointers." Li Hongye shouted out loud, "Stubborn fool." Her 5 fingers clenched together. Tiny blue blood vessels appeared between her pale and delicate fingers. Contrasting with her snow-white skin, she seemed particularly beautiful. But now, no one was in the mood to appreciate just how beautiful this sword fanatic's hand was. This was because her sword had already slashed out. Space was instantly torn apart. As it pierced through the endless skies, there was a loud rumbling sound. Excitement flashed in Zhuohan's eyes. The miss had finally made her move. With her strength, Qin Yu wasn't someone he could block. He feared that after several sword strikes, he would be cut down where he stood. At that time, he would attack and kill the woman on Qin Yu's back. Then, his secret would forever be hidden. Almost all the cultivators that saw Li Hongye attack with her sword, including those old monsters that had lived for countless years, had a look of amazement in their eyes. At her age, she was actually able to possess such a powerful and pure sword intent. If she was given enough time to grow, her future achievements would be limitless. Qin Yu took a step back. He never thought he could avoid Li Hongye's sword. This was because the moment she attacked, Qin Yu knew that his aura had been completely locked down. Besides forcefully resisting it, there was no other path to take. He lifted a hand and pressed forward. He shouted out loud, 5 elements. A white, black, blue, red, yellow. 5-colored divine light suddenly erupted. As they revolved, they turned into a vortex. But now, this vortex had undergone a great change. The phantom of a towering mountain appeared in the vortex. Although it was clearly only a translucent shadow, the feeling it gave off was like a true divine mountain that supported the heavens from the highest heavens. Powerful, thick, indestructible. It could support the vault of heaven and maintain the revolution of the sun, moon, and stars. It could also block any sword or saber that slashed at it. The brilliant and mighty sword howled as it cut down on the 5-colored divine light. There was a heaven-shaking explosion, and the mountain phantom within the vortex shook. Its surface caved in, revealing a clear-cut mark. But it was still far from collapsing or shattering. Thus, this sword had been blocked. Moreover, it had been far easier than everyone had expected. Exclamations rang out one after another. As they looked at Qin Yu, there was a slight change in their eyes. This boy's strength seemed to be far greater than what they saw on the surface. Li Hongye was infatuated with the way of the sword, and her heart had fused with the sword. Since she had drawn her sword, she wouldn't show mercy. If Qin Yu could easily block it, it could be seen that when the divine seal Saint Stone descended that day, he hadn't come out empty-handed. In other words, she had always been wrong. But since she knew she had been misunderstood, why hadn't she tried to explain herself? Did she think it was unnecessary, or did she view her as a joke deep in her heart? Ever since Li Hongye achieved success in the way of the sword, it had been a long time since she had been truly angered. But for some unknown reason, she couldn't hold back her anger today. Thus, her expression was indifferent. As she stared at Qin Yu, her eyes became increasingly cold. Qin Yu, today I will use the sword in my hand to defeat you fair and square. The cry of a sword echoed between the heavens and earth. Li Hongye's snow-white clothes fluttered without any wind. She lifted her hand and slashed forwards. Then, without pause, she slashed out 2 more times. Her speed was far too fast. Thus, it seemed as if she had only slashed once. But at this time, the 3 sword intents had fused together, turning into a sword phantom that pierced forwards. Puff, with a dull sound, the transparent sword pierced into the mountain phantom, sinking deep as if it would pierce through it. The vortex violently trembled. The 5-colored divine light slowed down, as if it would collapse in the next moment. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pressed down. Condense. The 5-colored divine light flourished and the vortex stabilized. Compared to before, the mountain phantom was much more solid. Li Hongye was expressionless. Explode. A deep rumbling sound echoed out. Qin Yu stuffily coughed and his face paled. Massive cracks appeared on the surface of the mountain phantom within the vortex. Chapter 965. Qin Yu, if you don't attack now, no matter how strong your defense is, it will be broken by me. Don't regret it at that time. Li Hongye's voice was icy cold. Qin Yu frowned inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that his injuries hadn't healed and he couldn't attack with his full strength, he would have already suppressed her on the spot. Of course, even if his injuries hadn't healed, it wouldn't have been a problem for him to attack a few times. Qin Yu couldn't help but admit that he had shown mercy. First, the abyss was right in front of him. He didn't know what he would face after entering, so he shouldn't waste too much strength. Second, although Li Hongye's actions were annoying, in the end she didn't have any evil intentions. It was only because of a young girl's stubborn pride. When she asked Qin Yu to hand over the so-called treasure, although it seemed overbearing, the truth was that she wanted to protect him. Seeing him remain silent, the coldness in Li Hongye's eyes deepened. She loosened her fingers and her sword floated motionlessly in front of her. But between the heavens and earth, an invisible and sharp aura began to rise at an astonishing speed. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He flicked his sleeves and 5-colored divine light rumbled. In the next moment, the cry of a sword echoed in his ears. All the cultivators present felt a chill in their hearts. The rapidly flowing 5-colored divine light suddenly froze. Then, it disintegrated bit by bit and dissipated. The mountain phantom disappeared with it. Countless small wounds appeared on Qin Yu's hands and fingers. Before blood could flow out, the wounds healed themselves. But the truly serious injuries were between his chest and abdomen. Even though he took half a step back and avoided most of the killing power, the sword edge still tore through his black robes, leaving behind a long wound. Because most of the sword intent was gathered here, the wound couldn't be healed immediately. Blood gushed out and dyed his robes red. His robes were black to begin with, so even though it was stained with blood, it wasn't too obvious. It only made the color seem a bit darker. For some reason, when Li Hongye saw this even darker black, she didn't feel comfortable at all. Instead, she felt as if the stone in her chest had become even heavier, making it difficult for her to breathe. "Uncle Qin!" Hushan cried out in alarm. The anger in her heart overwhelmed her fear of Li Hongye. Woman, how can you not know what's good for you? Uncle Qin kindly reminded you not to let the bad guys take advantage of you, yet you attacked him so heavily. Li Hongye closed her eyes and opened them again. She said calmly, I didn't do anything wrong. He brought this upon himself. He raised his hand and countless swords whistled through the air. Hand over the treasure and I'll spare your lives. Qin Yu pulled Hu Shan behind him and lightly said, Miss Li, I don't have any treasure on me. Bang, a torrential sword hum came from the 9 heavens, like a river overturning, or a waterfall falling from the 9 heavens. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. Between his chests, his 2 hearts fiercely beat. Even though he had many reasons, at this moment, he still felt a bit of anger from the bottom of his heart. Kill me? You might be strong, but you're not qualified to do this. At this time, Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He turned his head and looked behind him, his movements coming to a halt. Li Hongye, you're known as the sword maniac. Could it be that your mind has been corroded by the sword will? With a cold shout, a white light shot out from the scarlet snow and fell in front of Qin Yu. Then, a pale and slender hand stretched out from the light and pressed forward. Bang! The space violently shook. The sword will that came howling with the power of destruction was completely annihilated and dissipated. Shuar, countless eyes gathered, all of them shocked. They wondered who this person was and how he could so easily block the sword maniac's attack. In front of Qin Yu, the dazzling light slowly faded away, revealing a beautiful figure. Big Sister Mo Yuan. Hu Shan was pleasantly surprised. When she called out to him, her identity was revealed. She was from the Mo family, one of the 4 great families of the imperial city. She commanded the Light Guard and had enough strength to punish the Colossus of the Firmament Will. As the first wife's daughter of the Mo family, in terms of status, she was no less than Li Hongye. It has long been rumored that Mo Yuan, Mo Ming's daughter, once fought to kill the Obum race's super expert, the giant dragon overlord. I originally thought that it was just a rumor, but now it seems like it's true. This woman's cultivation is no less than Li Hongye's. She hasn't been famous these years, so she must be deliberately keeping a low profile. She is indeed worthy of being one of the strongest powerhouses of the younger generation, on par with Shao Qi, Li Hongye, and Ding Hao. Now that I see her, she truly lives up to her name. Amidst the exclamations and exclamations, everyone's eyes swept over Li Hongye and Mo Yuan. They thought that these 2 women were both proud daughters of heaven. If they fought today, they would definitely be remembered for the rest of their lives. However, when they thought about how the 2 of them were standing on opposite sides because of Qin Yu, they couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. Even though this kid's strength wasn't weak, what did he do to make 2 female geniuses fight for him? Zhuohan wasn't among these people. At this moment, he was already scared stiff, and his face was pale. Mo Yuan was still alive. She was actually still alive. Although he didn't dare to believe it, the truth was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. His first thought was that he was completely finished. Since Mo Yuan was still alive, then his background would definitely be exposed. At that time, he would definitely die. No, I can't die. I absolutely can't die. Zhuohan gritted his teeth and roared in the depths of his heart. His thoughts spun wildly, and his eyes subconsciously swept across the surroundings. However, he quickly gave up on the idea of escaping into the scarlet snow. This was because the flames that could resist the cold had been taken away. Even if he could successfully escape into the scarlet snow, he would only end up frozen to death. I can't panic. There's still a chance. I still have a chance. So what if it's Mo Yuan? She can't kill me with just her words. Li Hongye frowned. Mo Yuan, are you going to stop me again? This time, I won't give up. Humph. Li Hongye, I really wonder how much of your so-called transparent and pure sword heart is true? A man-eating demon is hiding right beside you. Not only did you not notice it, but you even protected him. Mo Yuan sneered. Her eyes locked onto Zhuohan, and her killing intent was unconcealed. You probably didn't think that I would still be alive today. The scene suddenly fell silent. The expressions of the cultivators around Zhuohan suddenly changed. They let out a roar and quickly retreated. Their eyes were filled with shock. They didn't believe Qin Yu when he said that Zhuohan was a great Dao plunderer, but the one who said this was Mo Yuan. In their eyes, Qin Yu's status was far from being able to compare with Mo Yuan's. Zhuohan's heart nearly stopped beating. He knew that this was the most dangerous situation he could be in. If he couldn't dispel everyone's doubts, he was doomed to die. He took a deep breath and shouted, "What nonsense! Miss Mo Yuan, we all know that your relationship with Qin Yu isn't ordinary, so it is reasonable for you to defend him and even shield him. But how could you join in with him and slander me? Miss Mo Yuan has a noble status and Zhuohan is powerless to resist her. I can only ask you to step forward and prove my innocence." Li Hongye was expressionless. Zhuohan is not a great Dao plunderer, this has already been confirmed just now. Mo Yuan lightly said, "Since I have spoken, I naturally have proof." She lifted a hand and light gushed out from her fingers. Faint traces of light spread out and wove together to form a curtain of light. Then, some scenes began to flash across the curtain of light. But in truth, there was no need to continue watching. Just the first glance caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts and their eyes to fill with killing intent. Zhuohan's mind rumbled and all the blood drained from his face. Fear and helplessness occupied his mind. He only knew that eating people felt really good, but he never imagined that he would look like this when he ate people. As he chewed, blood splashed out, staining his clothes. He had an intoxicated expression, as if he were drinking some hallucinogenic drug. Then, this fear and helplessness turned into 10 times, 100 times more intense despair. It was over, it was all over. Mo Yuan said, "The Radiant Guard's secret skill can borrow the power of light to condense memories. What you see is something I personally experienced not too long ago. Luckily, my luck was good and he didn't catch up to me, otherwise I don't know how long he would continue wreaking havoc. Li Hongye, have you seen it clearly? At this time, do you still want to continue protecting this person?" "Fake, it's all fake." Zhuohan desperately roared out, "Miss, you absolutely cannot believe this. In order to save Qin Yu, Mo Yuan wants to put me to death. I beg you, please help me." Mo Yuan coldly sneered. "You won't give up until you see the Yellow River. Then today, I will have you reveal your true colors in front of everyone." She lifted a hand and pointed a finger. A dazzling light appeared, warm and transparent. It was like a rising sun at the edge of the abyss. The gentle light made one feel at ease and their thoughts were clear. Even the injuries they suffered began to recover at a faster rate. Light illuminates all. Heaven punishment, great supernatural ability. Wasn't it said that this great supernatural ability was lost to time long ago? As everyone was startled, Zhuohan, who was bathed in light, suddenly emitted a miserable scream. It was like he had been thrown into a pot of boiling oil. His skin instantly rotted away, and large chunks of flesh and blood fell off. In the blink of an eye, his body was covered in blood, and he looked like a demon suffering punishment in the depths of hell. Rich black energy gushed out from his wounds. The rotting flesh and blood was wrapped up by the black energy and immediately solidified, forming horrifying scars. When all the cultivators here saw this black energy, they instinctively felt fear and loathing. "Great Dao plunderer! He really is a great Dao plunderer!" Cries of alarm rose up. Li Hongye stiffened. Within the black energy, Zhuohan screamed out loud. His crimson eyes were filled with endless hatred. At this moment, the one he hated the most was naturally Mo Yuan. If it weren't for this woman, how could he have ended up like this? But the aura of light that overflowed from her body left him in awe and fear. He didn't dare to approach her at all. Then, the one he felt the most should have died together with was Qin Yu. Although he didn't know how Mo Yuan had managed to survive, it was clear that all of this was related to him. It was him, it was all him. Bang! Billowing black energy erupted. Zhuohan rushed out like a crazed demon, his crimson eyes locked onto Qin Yu. Die. Mo Yuan's complexion changed. With a loud shout, the sun-like sphere of light that floated above everyone's heads exploded. Each of the fragments was quickly stretched, turning into light arrows that whistled towards the ground. Zhuohan felt a great crisis coming from above his head. He howled out loud and his body began to burn. This sort of burning didn't have any flames. Starting from his feet, his body began to turn to ash. But during this process, as his body dissipated, a massive amount of black energy surged out, wrapping around him in layers. Whoosh, whoosh, arrows of light tore through the black energy. Thunderous booms echoed out, mixed with the sounds of flesh and blood being torn apart and pained groans. But that giant demonic dragon of black energy didn't slow down at all. Rather, it became even faster than before. Zhuohan's eyes turned even redder and tears of blood flowed out. In his despair, he actually forgot the fear of imminent death. In his mind there was only a single thought. That was to kill Qin Yu and have him be buried with him. Close. Qin Yu was right in front of him. Then, he could die now. Zhuohan diabolically grinned and reached out a hand. His 5 fingers were now completely withered, leaving behind only a layer of skin wrapped around his bones. They were pitch black and flashed with a metallic luster. His speed was faster than lightning, and he almost instantly arrived in front of Qin Yu's chest. The wound cut open by the sword intent seemed unable to withstand it and now split open once more, causing massive amounts of blood to gush out. Zhuohan's blood-red eyes burned with a burning heat, as if he could already see the scene of his boiling hot heart being dug out. If there was still time, he would definitely place the heart in his mouth. Even if he could only quickly taste it, he would still be satisfied. Puff, after a dull sound, the billowing black energy solidified in front of Qin Yu. The withered bone claw that reached out had already touched Qin Yu's tattered black robes, but it couldn't move forward another half an inch. A bloody hole appeared between Zhuohan's eyebrows, directly piercing through his head. Thick white blood gushed out from behind him. To completely burn himself in exchange for a formidable strength, he didn't immediately die. His eyes filled with disbelief. Even now, he still couldn't believe that he would be killed by Qin Yu, that Qin Yu actually possessed such formidable strength. I know that you are unwilling, but the life that belongs to you has already ended, Qin Yu said in a soft voice. The speed at which Zhuohan's body turned to ash accelerated. In the blink of an eye, he completely vanished from sight. What vanished along with him was that disgusting black energy that seemed to come from an abyss of eternal darkness. Cough, cough. Qin Yu coughed twice. Indeed, with his current condition, if he were to forcefully attack, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Mo Yuan landed beside him, worry in her eyes. Qin Yu smiled. I'm fine. His eyes swept around. Zhuohan has already died. As I said, he is indeed a fallen great Tao plunderer. Then, everything this person said is naturally nonsense. So, I really don't have any treasures. How interesting. Even my crystal leaf vine wasn't able to sense this junior's aura. This can be considered a slap in the face. The cultivator that looked like an old farmer shook his head and sighed, a self-deprecating smile on his face. To tell the truth, I haven't encountered this feeling in many years. He glanced at Qin Yu. But no matter how embarrassing it is, the truth is that these are 2 different things. Although this junior is a great Tao plunderer, his words might not necessarily be untrustworthy. Chapter 966. The air suddenly fell silent. Qiu Shan could clearly feel that everyone's eyes on him had changed. It was clear these people had already guessed what he was thinking. Since this was the case, there was no need for him to push them. They naturally knew what to do. As expected, Just as Qiu Shan finished speaking, a cultivator spoke up. Zhuahan's true identity, and whether or not the treasure exists, can only be confirmed with our own eyes. That's right. Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, you should give us an explanation. Or perhaps you want to use the treasure alone to open a channel into the abyss. Another cultivator coldly sneered. Mo Yuan furrowed her eyebrows. After obtaining the inheritance of light, her strength had greatly increased. Li Hongye was able to sense the strength of everyone else's cultivation, so she could also clearly sense it. At this time, the three people who spoke up had obscure auras. After carefully probing them, there was a sense of dread in their hearts. They were definitely extremely strong. With these three people taking the lead to speak up, even if they dreaded the strength that she and Qin Yu had revealed, they didn't mind pushing the boat with the current and agreeing. If that happened, then whether or not Qin Yu had a treasure wouldn't matter. He would be pushed to the opposite side of everyone else. Mo Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. She swept her eyes over Qiu Shan and the others. These three old fellows were ruthless and decisive. But even if she could guess their thoughts, it was useless in the current situation. What should she do? Qin Yu sighed inwardly. He thought that after living for so long, their skin had become thicker. They would immediately turn hostile to you, clearly wanting to mess with you. Moreover, they had grasped the perfect timing, so there was no way to resist. If there was a chance, he would definitely hold down these three old things and beat them to the ground. He would let them know that a loose tongue can cause trouble. But now this thought changed. It was best to escape first. Compromising was a very practical survival technique. Without absolute confidence, stubbornness would only lead to death. Qin Yu said, "It is reasonable that you don't want to believe me. But I have no other way to prove my innocence." He looked around. Without waiting for those who were eager to speak, he continued, "But perhaps I really can find a way to enter the abyss." Everyone's gazes changed. Qin Yu and Mo Yuan had revealed great strength, so they didn't mind working together to eliminate the two of them first. This would reduce the number of competitors. But compared to entering the abyss, this wasn't as important. After all, if they couldn't even enter the abyss, there was no meaning in dealing with the two. Moreover, even if there was a treasure, with so many people here, how could everyone have a share? It would still be taken by the strongest people. Qiu Shan frowned, sensing everyone's change. He looked at Qin Yu, thinking that this junior was quite smart. He had resolved the dangerous situation with just a few words. Although he wanted to eliminate Qin Yu and Mo Yuan and Qiu Shan, he didn't want to waste too much of his strength. Since the situation was not, he could only change. With his thoughts settled, Qiu Shan smiled and said, "If fellow Taoist Qin Yu can really find a way to enter the abyss, I will be eternally grateful. Naturally, I won't have any distracting thoughts about treasures." He paused for a moment before continuing. Although he was still smiling, his words were filled with an unconcealable chill. "But, if fellow Taoist Qin Yu reveals any other signs, such as activating a treasure to enter the abyss, then don't blame me for being merciless. No matter how exquisite a treasure is in this world, there will always be a buffer before it can be activated. Although this buffer period is extremely short, it is more than enough for us to act." Another person coldly sneered. The threat was obvious. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Thank you for the reminder. In order to express my sincerity, I will tell you the method ahead of time, and then I will be the first to try." He lifted a hand and pointed. "Everyone, look at the terrifying life forms that live in the depths of the blood plains. They are hungry and bloodthirsty, wishing that they could tear us apart and swallow us whole. But the truth is that they don't have the qualifications to enjoy our flesh and blood. To put it more bluntly, these blood plains life forms look fierce, and their fanged mouths are actually channels that lead to the abyss. As long as we don't resist and are swallowed into their stomachs, when we open our eyes again, we will already be in the abyss." As his voice fell, everyone had strange complexions. Was this Qin Yu a madman? Or did he think that if he said this, they would all be obedient and listen to him and willingly send themselves to their deaths? However, these thoughts tumbled in their hearts, but they didn't say them out loud. This was because they swept their eyes over Qiu Shan and the others. After a brief moment of shock, these old monsters all had thoughtful looks on their faces. Qin Yu clapped his hand. I guarantee that everything I say is true. If you don't believe me, then you must watch carefully. He grabbed Hu Shan and held onto Emo Yuan with his other hand. Don't resist. Just relax. Bringing the two women with him, Qin Yu walked directly towards the abyss. He drew closer and closer to the blood plains life forms guarding the edge of the abyss. Roar with a loud roar, a blood plains life form with crimson scales and pure black eyes opened its mouth wide, ruthlessly swallowing them. Hu Shan tensed. Light burst out from Mo Yuan's body, but in the next moment it was extinguished. In this dangerous moment, although they were terrified, they still chose to believe in Qin Yu's judgment. A pungent smell rushed towards them. They could even see the saliva that was secreted between the fangs. At this time, a swallowing strength appeared without warning, wrapping around Qin Yu and the other two people who had fallen into its mouth. With a loud hum, they vanished from sight. This scene was clearly seen by everyone. As they cried out in alarm, their eyes brightened. It was true. It was actually true. These blood plains life forms seemed terrifying and invincible, but they were actually mediums that could directly enter the abyss. If they didn't see this with their own eyes, who would believe it? Darkness fell in front of them. A powerful binding strength descended. Not only their mortal bodies, but even their souls were suppressed, making them lose control of their cultivation. In the pitch-black darkness, all perception was blocked. The fear in one's heart was magnified to an infinite degree. As Hu Shan and Mo Yuan were feeling helpless, Qin Yu's calm voice rang out in their ears. Don't resist. Leave it to me. As time passed, the binding strength became increasingly strong. Even the two women found it difficult to breathe. Then, Qin Yu's shout echoed in their ears once more. Zi-la with a light sound, it was like a thick piece of cloth was torn apart by a formidable strength. The binding strength around them suddenly vanished. In the next moment, the darkness in front of them dissipated. A dim light shined into their eyes. Although it was weak, it still made Hu Shan and Mo Yuan's eyes ache. It was like they had been imprisoned in this darkness for hundreds of years. Mo Yuan's cultivation was stronger, but the first to recover was Hu Shan. She blinked and looked up. She cried out, "We really came in." Above their heads, there was a thin white line. It was unknown how far away they were, but as far as their eyes could see, everything was pitch black. That white line was the entrance to the abyss. Now they were in the deepest depths of the abyss. Mo Yuan glanced at Qin Yu. The closer she was to him, the more she could feel how mysterious and powerful he was. She took a deep breath and said in a soft voice, "I originally thought you were lying to them." Qin Yu lightly said, "I already said that there was no falsehood in what I said before. The giant mouths of the primitive blood tribe creatures are indeed the passages leading to the abyss. However, you and I have already broken free from the passage halfway." Hu Shan blinked. "Uncle Qin, what is at the end of the channel?" Qin Yu shook his head. "I don't know." Mo Yuan said, "You really don't know?" Qin Yu nodded. He paused for a moment and said, "But my intuition tells me that there might be some small troubles at the end of the channel. I hope that those who enter have the ability to ensure their own safety." Mo Yuan suddenly felt that the Qin Yu in front of her had become more real. So, he was also an ordinary person. "Let's go." Qin Yu glanced at the bottomless abyss below. He reached out and grabbed the two of them, sinking downwards. The two women were behind him. They didn't notice the dark golden light that occasionally flashed in the depths of Qin Yu's eyes. Mo Yuan was a bit nervous. "Qin Yu, if we go down like this, will there be any dangers?" Qin Yu said, "Not too long ago, this place was indeed filled with dangers, but now..." He smiled. There are already 2 pathfinders who have cleared away the obstacles for us. With the delirium-shattering eye, he could clearly see the traces left behind by those who passed through. The most numerous traces were the power of blood. They revealed despair, destruction, and cruelty, tearing apart the endless darkness and opening up a path to the bottom of the abyss. If it weren't for this, Qin Yu didn't doubt that with his current cultivation, he would have been instantly swallowed up by the darkness as soon as he stepped into the abyss. The second aura was sword intent. Sharp, tyrannical, unexcelled in the world. It was as if even the heavens and earth could be cut apart with a single sword strike. It was clear that these scattered sword intents that cut apart the remaining dangers in the darkness came from the terrifying sword cultivator who had stepped into the abyss not too long ago. These 2 people had pushed their way through, thus making the path into the abyss incomparably safe. Even though there were a few things he missed, Qin Yu was able to avoid them with the delirium-shattering eye. This abyss looked bottomless, but its true depth was even more astonishing. Qin Yu pulled the 2 women down without stopping. 2 hours passed and he didn't know how far he had gone, but he still couldn't see the bottom of the abyss. But along the way, the traces of the power of blood and the scattered and sharp sword intents proved that he hadn't gone the wrong way. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. If he wasn't wrong, then it was impossible to speculate about the space within this abyss using ordinary method. It looked like an abyss, but the size of its interior was likely comparable to that of an entire great world. Qin Yu took a deep breath, a dignified expression on his face. Through the slumbering consciousness of the woman within Hu Shan's body, he already knew that the matters within the abyss weren't simple. This was a formidable existence that controlled the power of blood and descended from the heavens, cleaving apart the darkness and slaughtering their way into the abyss. The remnant traces of blood and the incomparably formidable aura were enough for Qin Yu to perceive their boundary. This was a power that surpassed the divine realm and reached an even higher realm. Without a doubt, this was an original God realm expert. The sword cultivator following behind them, in terms of realm, couldn't compare to the original God realm, but the strength he could erupt with wasn't much weaker. Through sensing the strength of the sword intents, Qin Yu could get a clear answer. And the chaos wasn't just limited to this. From the blood shadow that had fought with Hu Shan's consciousness, Qin Yu could almost come up with a frightening conjecture. According to the information that everyone had received, the original God realm expert that had died and had yet to disperse its origin wasn't truly dead. And in addition to the consciousness in Hu Shan's body, the situation was complex and extremely dangerous. Even though they had smoothly entered the abyss, Qin Yu didn't relax at all. Instead, he became increasingly solemn. His current cultivation was much stronger than before, but if he were to be placed in this abyss, he would only be considered a slightly stronger ant. Any one of the 4 people listed on the list could easily kill him. Moreover, who knew if there were other formidable characters that he hadn't sensed yet in the dark? After all, that powerful sword cultivator who had suddenly appeared and killed his way into the abyss hadn't been in Qin Yu's range of perception. Qin Yu's thoughts raced and then he suddenly said, "Mo Yuan, you've received the inheritance of light. Your future is limitless. You don't need to follow us and take risks." He paused and then continued, "To be honest, if I hadn't promised Xiaoyu that I would try my best to keep her alive, and now because of Hu Shan, I'm afraid I would have turned around and left immediately. The situation in the abyss is far more dangerous than you know. If we aren't careful or have bad luck, we will be buried there." Mo Yuan shook her head without hesitation. "I want to go down." Qin Yu looked at her. He could feel the determination in her eyes. He hesitated for a moment and then suppressed the thought of persuading her. At this moment, a sword cry resounded. Even though it was an endless distance away, it still pierced through his eardrums and reached the deepest part of his mind. Qin Yu stuffily coughed and his complexion paled. And what was most terrifying was that blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. It was just a sword cry that came from far away, but it had actually injured him and wounded his mind. It was that terrifying sword cultivator. He had attacked. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the tumbling in his chest. He looked down at the abyss below. Although it was still pitch black, he could feel a raging annihilation aura in this darkness. These fluctuations were so terrifying that if he were to touch them in the slightest, he would be turned to ashes. Schwa behind Qin Yu, Hu Shan closed her eyes and then opened them again. Her aura greatly changed. Mo Yuan stiffened. She felt as if she were standing at the mouth of a volcano, and at any moment she could be burned to ashes by the gushing magma. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. Then, he let go and pulled Mo Yuan back a step. Hu Shan looked at the two of them. There was no emotion in her eyes, only endless indifference. This day has finally arrived. As she spoke, she stepped forwards. Like a drop of water fusing into ink, she stepped into the darkness and vanished from their sight. Chapter 967. Mo Yuan paled and her voice trembled. It wasn't that her mind wasn't strong enough, but that Hu Shan's aura just now had left her feeling endless fear and despair. What is going on? After a brief silence, Qin Yu said, "This is one of the reasons I warned you not to continue entering the abyss. Hu Shan is slumbering within her, and her other consciousness is what you saw just now." He took a deep breath. "So, this is your last chance. Do you want to continue?" Mo Yuan looked at Qin Yu, hesitation on her face. "I said before that if it weren't for the fact that I had no choice but to enter the abyss, I would have already turned around and left. These are my true thoughts. Moreover, if I were alone, my chances of survival would be greater." Mo Yuan let out a breath. "I understand." She suddenly stepped forwards and hugged Qin Yu. "Promise me that you will survive. I am still waiting to bring you back to the Imperial City to see my father." Qin Yu smiled. "Of course. I will do my best to survive." After a brief hug, he took a step back. Without saying anything more, his figure howled downwards. At the bottom of the abyss, a vast and endless distance away, darkness surged up and was immediately torn apart. Hu Shan stepped forwards. Her aura was vast and boundless, instantly attracting the attention of the 5 eyeballs here. Murong Chioga's pupils shrank. He could feel a terrifying aura of destruction coming from her. His thoughts stirred and he slowly drew back. Since her current goal was the fallen origin divinity slumbering in the abyss, he naturally didn't mind watching from the sidelines. If he could reap the benefits in the end, that would be for the best. Ling Yan grasped his sword and stood there, sword intent thick around him. As he breathed through his nose and mouth, space constantly collapsed. His eyes fell on Hu Shan. Deep in his icy eyes there was a trace of excitement. Putting away his sword, Ling Yan knelt down on one knee. He lowered his arrogant head and respectfully said, "Teacher, I finally see you again." Hu Shan lightly said, "Very good. It seems my teachings in the past weren't in vain." She lifted a hand and pointed forwards. "Since you have thoroughly comprehended it, then attack with me and end everything." Bang! A great sun suddenly appeared. It shined with radiant light, but the feeling it gave off was completely different from the light inheritance that Mo Yuan had obtained. This great sun released light, but it didn't have the slightest bit of warmth or calmness. There was only endless sharpness and destruction, as if it could cut the entire world into countless fragments. Hu Shan raised her hand and made a grabbing motion. The sun fell into her hand and quickly elongated, turning into a real great sun sword. Ling Yan stood up respectfully and raised his hands above his head. Suddenly, a full moon appeared, cold and shining. What was similar to the sun was that this full moon was extremely cold, but it wasn't hazy or graceful at all. It was still extremely sharp. The full moon condensed into a sword and fell into Ling Yan's hand. The next moment, all the darkness in the depths of the abyss shattered and was forced back by the intertwined power of the sun and moon. The 5th eye was truly just an eyeball. It was barely wrapped around by a thin layer of dark red flesh. There was a slash mark on it, and as the flesh squirmed, it continued to grow. But in the next moment it ruptured, causing the slash mark to be unable to heal. Thinking about it, the terrifying sword cry that crossed the endless distance just now was the origin of this slash mark. However, from another perspective, if an eyeball wrapped in a thin layer of flesh and blood was able to block Ling Yan's sword, just how tyrannical was the master of this eyeball? If he was in a perfect state, then in the blink of an eye, the entire world would have been destroyed. Sun and moon coexist, Hu Shan icily said. She raised the great sun sword in her hand. At the same time, Ling Yan pointed the full moon sword at the eyeball. Rumble, rumble, boundless strength roared and tumbled like endless waves. A sun and moon phantom appeared at the ends of the abyss. It can destroy the world. After Hu Shan said the last 3 words, the shadows of the sun and moon exploded with blinding light. However, this light didn't scatter in all directions. Instead, it gathered together like a sharp arrow that shot towards the deepest depths of the abyss, towards the eyeball that floated in midair. Murong Chioga's complexion changed. He rapidly drew back, his eyes filled with shock. Although he had already guessed that Hu Shan possessed formidable strength, only after seeing it with his own eyes did he realize just how terrifying she was. That sword cultivator's strength could only be considered a slight threat. But after joining forces with her, he could erupt with such a terrifying might. Sun and moon coexist to destroy the world. This wasn't nonsense. If this strike really came from the highest heavens and crashed into the earth, then it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it could destroy the heavens and earth. Luckily, he wasn't her enemy. Otherwise, if he faced this strike head-on, even if he didn't die, he would have shed several layers of skin. Before he finished thinking this, Murong Chioga's complexion changed. He looked up at the sphere of blood floating above his head. Now, a shock spread out from within. His control over the sphere of blood was instantly blocked. In the next moment, the sphere of blood howled out. Bang! There was an earth-shaking explosion. One could faintly hear the cries of despair of countless living beings facing death. The sphere of blood forcefully collided with the sun and moon strike and directly shattered. Endless blood energy evaporated, and only half of its original volume remained. Murong Chioga seemed as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Blood gushed out from every orifice of his head. What was even more terrifying was that countless cracks appeared on the surface of his body, similar to the cracks that appeared when porcelain failed. These cracks opened up slightly, revealing the dark red, crystal-like flesh underneath. Drops of translucent, crystal-like blood seeped out of them like crimson dewdrop. I played with birds all day and thought everything was in my control, but I never imagined that I would fall into someone else's trap and have my eyes pecked out by a bird. Murong Chioga bitterly smiled. This time I've suffered a great loss. He had used a secret technique to completely fuse his aura with the sphere of blood. Only then could he borrow its strength to erupt with a strength that surpassed his limit. Now that the sphere of blood was struck by the sun and moon strike, it was the same as him forcefully withstanding this terrifying attack. Both sides shared weal and woe. With a light sound, Murong Chioga's entire body shattered. Like a mirror that had fallen to the ground, it shattered into countless pieces. But besides the blood that flowed out from the wound caused by the sun and moon strike, not a single drop of blood flowed out. In the next moment, the fragments of his body began to melt, fusing together like clay. They were kneaded by invisible hands, turning into a Murong Chioga. His body was perfect, without a single wound. Like this, he appeared naked in front of everyone. He lifted his hand and a robe appeared, covering himself. Murong Chioga bitterly smiled once more. What a great loss, what a great loss! Disintegrating himself and then being reborn. This was a powerful life-saving method that he had obtained after swallowing a powerful enemy in the past. Not only could this secret technique dissolve all wounds, but it could also sever all connections with the sphere of blood. But all of this couldn't be done without a price. The remnant sphere of blood emitted a humming sound. It rapidly extended, revealing a figure. It was the great Chu Emperor Chu Tianping, who had been tricked by Morong Chioga. The moment he opened his eyes, fear appeared in them. His aura moved and he was about to leave, but he froze in the next moment. It was like an invisible cage had appeared in the void, suppressing him within. Chu Tianping's face twisted. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. But anyone could clearly feel that he was withstanding an unimaginable pain. After several breaths of time, the light in Chu Tianping's eyes shattered and dissipated. Finally, they turned into emptiness and deathly stillness. But at this time, he opened his mouth to speak. His tone was flat, without any fluctuations, as if he were a shell that was being controlled by someone. In the past, when I learned that you hadn't died, I expected this day to come. Naturally, I made some preparations. If you want to destroy me, it won't be so simple. Hu Shan looked at Morong Chioga. His complexion changed, and he hurriedly said, I think you should be able to see that I was tricked. If you don't want to die here, then destroy his eyes with all your strength. After speaking, Hu Shan lifted her hand and pointed between her eyebrows. Golden flames gushed out from her body, recklessly burning, but they didn't release any heat. Ling Yen coughed. The silver flames wrapped around him. He frowned and said in a low voice, Teacher, do not forget your promise to him. Destroying him is the entire meaning of your existence. Hu Shan lightly said. Ling Yen took a deep breath. This disciple understands. He shouted out loud and the silver flames around him burned even more fiercely. Bang, bang, at this time, the shadows of the sun and moon released their auras, rising to an astonishing degree. Guided by an invisible strength, they approached each other and revolved around each other. The sun and moon moved together. Space suddenly twisted and blurred. Then, the phantom of a towering palace slowly appeared. The palace was built around a great lake. One could hear the sound of clear spring water flowing into the lake. A figure walked along the shore. As it walked, it was like a stone falling into water. The image became even more blurry, and it was impossible to distinguish whether it was a man or a woman. One could only see that it was holding a long sword and slowly walking forward. From time to time, it would stop and look at the lake, as if it were pondering some difficult problem. The floating eye revealed a dignified expression. Chu Tianping, who was only an empty shell, howled and crazily rushed towards this phantom. At this time, the phantom that appeared in the distorted space suddenly lifted its hand and casually slashed forward. Bang! A monstrous sword intent instantly arrived. It was like the heavens were collapsing and the earth was sinking, covering everything within. Chu Tianping, who was rushing towards the distorted space, was cut in half. The terrifying sword intent that could destroy everything continued to swallow his body. Finally, he turned to ashes. With just a single sword strike, all traces of His Majesty Great Chu's first emperor in this world were completely erased, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, what was most terrifying was that this sword strike came from the phantom that appeared in the distorted space. Although Chu Tianping's strength had been greatly reduced after being struck by the sun and moon and his divine sense had been erased, leaving behind only an empty shell, no matter what, he was still at the original god realm. A phantom in the image had casually struck out and killed him. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, who would believe it? Puff! Ling Yen spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. The light in Hu Shan's eyes also dimmed. It was clear that in order to support the phantom's strike, it had taken a terrifying toll. Qin Yu's eyes widened. He looked at the vague phantom in the distorted space, and a piece of information was directly imprinted in his mind. Wherever a divine being passes through, the rules of the world will conceal it, shielding it from the eyes of mortals and making it impossible for them to see its movements. But, if one obtained permission, they could mark the divine phantom in their mind and consume their own strength to summon the memories into the world, borrowing the power of the divine. This was the divine mark. After looking through it, great waves rose up in Qin Yu's mind. Even with his willpower, he was momentarily absent-minded. Without a doubt, what he was seeing right now was the image of Hu Shan summoning the memories into his mind. Divine essence cultivators were the strongest existences that Qin Yu had come into contact with so far. But a vague figure that existed in his memories could cut them down with a sword and completely annihilate them, leaving no trace of them in the world. Then, just how formidable was this vague figure that was called a divine being? That boundary was something that even Qin Yu couldn't imagine. The disparity between them was like an ant and a divine dragon that reached the highest heavens. Perhaps with just a glance, he would be destroyed. Intuition told Qin Yu that he absolutely could not attempt to touch this divine existence. But the impulse that came from the depths of his soul completely crushed all reason. It was like he had a reason to do this, even if he didn't know what this reason was. In the depths of Qin Yu's eyes, a dark golden light shined with an unprecedented brilliance. The strength of the delusion breaker eye had risen to its peak. Then, his gaze fell on the blurry figure in the image. The moment his eyes fell, Qin Yu's body stiffened. Or, it was more accurate to say that even his soul froze. An invisible strength arrived, covering him within. For instance, if a spring breeze blew across the surface of a lake, Qin Yu would be completely crushed to powder. Chapter 968. Within his soul space, the purple moon and blue sun rose in the east and set in the west. The sun and moon force field they formed suddenly released a fluctuation. An invisible strength suddenly descended from the depths of darkness. It changed from the cold winter snow to the gentle breeze of a spring day. All of the feelings of danger, destruction, and terror completely vanished. All that was left over was an instinctive feeling of intimacy. A surprised voice sounded out in Qin Yu's ears. It was a woman, her voice warm and gentle. In the next moment, the image that appeared in the distorted space became incomparably clear. It was like Qin Yu himself had been placed within it. The palace stretched on endlessly, and there was an incomparably huge lake. The clear water in the lake was almost transparent, and there were red and white koi fish, happily shaking their heads and wagging their tails, constantly jumping out of the water to greet the woman who was walking in the shade of the trees by the shore. She stopped and turned around. It was impossible to describe her beauty, because at this moment, Qin Yu's entire mind was drawn to her eyes. These were eyes that shined like stars in the heavens. They seemed to contain the most beautiful scenery in the world, causing one's mind to be lost in them. As her eyes fell on Qin Yu, she was a bit surprised. She looked him up and down several times and then revealed a faint smile. "I never thought that after such a long time, I would still be able to find someone who is fated with me, but what a pity your cultivation is too weak." She gently shook her head. Qin Yu immediately felt the distance between him and the world around him become distant. The scenery around him and the woman's figure rapidly blurred, as if he would be rejected at any moment. His instincts gave birth to an unwilling thought. If he left like this, he would miss out on some unimaginable lucky chance. But it was clear that this wasn't something that Qin Yu would change. Just as he felt he was about to leave, the woman suddenly lifted a hand and grasped forward. The feeling of rejection suddenly vanished. In the next moment, Qin Yu felt his chest tighten as he was pulled in front of her. The woman leaned over and carefully looked at him. "What an unfortunate little fellow. But if it weren't for the misfortune of the past, how could you be here today? Every peck and every drink has its own destiny. This is the most mysterious and mystical aspect of fate." She reached out a hand and pinched Qin Yu's face. Then, she patted his head. "All right, since you are worthy, I will reluctantly accept you as my disciple. But this status will have to wait until you have a high enough cultivation before you can obtain it. Now you have to leave. After all, this world is not a place where you should appear." As he pushed outwards, he felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. His body tensed and he discovered that his consciousness had returned. What just happened? Qin Yu touched his face. He could still feel some residual warmth on his fingertips. No, there was also a faint fragrance, however. No matter how hard he tried, his memories were blurry, as if they were shrouded by a layer of fog. But faintly, Qin Yu could remember a pair of extremely beautiful eyes that seemed to hide the entire starry sky within the vast vault of heaven. Qin Yu wasn't sure what had happened, but he was sure that this was related to the divine mark he had peeked into. Perhaps he had experienced something just now, but because he wasn't allowed to remember it, his memories were sealed. The divine imprint was actually so powerful. Moreover, Qin Yu was well aware that the so-called divine imprint was nothing more than an image left in the memories of others. Then, what level was the strength and boundary of that person who was called divine? Qin Yu didn't dare to think about it, nor could he imagine it. Perhaps it was something that only existed in the legends. When one opened their eyes, the world was bright, and when they closed their eyes, the world was covered in an eternal night. As Qin Yu's heart shook, the image that appeared in the distorted space distorted. The figure walking along the lakeside lifted its hand and slashed out a second sword strike. The eye that floated at the lowest point of the abyss suddenly enlarged. Darkness swallowed everything, turning the entire eye pure black. In the next moment, endless blood-red light gushed out from nothingness, gathering above the eye. It wildly contracted and condensed, forming a blood moon. Bang! A terrifying sword slash descended. The part of the blood moon that came into contact with it instantly shattered and dissipated. Then, from its perfect state, it turned into a crescent moon. Within the sun-moon force field, the slumbering silver moon sword intent seemed to sense some sort of aura and instantly awoke. The cry of a sword reverberated through Qin Yu's mind, giving him an impulse to stimulate his sword intent and slash at this blood moon. He bit down on the tip of his tongue. A sweet taste filled his mouth and his eyes brightened. With a thought, the purple moon and blue sun within his soul space began to move a little faster. The aura of the sun-moon force field was strengthened. Only then was it able to barely isolate the aura from the outside world, allowing the silver moon's sword intent to calm down. Before, when Hu Shan and Ling Yan attacked, Qin Yu had felt a familiar feeling. Now, as he saw this familiar blood moon, this familiarity became even more intense. Could it be that this blood moon was that blood moon and the silver moon sword intent was the silver moon sword intent? He comprehended. Then this sword cultivator in the Imperial City, Myriad Sword Mountain's single-armed elder Tang, he had come to pay a special visit and mentioned an old secret of the sect. Could it be that this person was the little martial granduncle that he mentioned? As Qin Yu was thinking, the seemingly forgotten Murong Chyoga suddenly attacked. An original divinity was still an original divinity. Although he had suffered a great loss before, when he attacked now, his might couldn't be underestimated. His target was the eye that had temporarily fallen into stillness in order to control the blood moon. As a great Tao plunderer who had reached the original divinity realm, Murong Chyoga had swallowed countless cultivators in his life, and those that had the qualifications to arouse his interest were naturally outstanding figures amongst cultivators. This allowed him to obtain countless formidable methods. For instance, the method he used to consume his strength to repair his wound. For instance, the star fall art that Murong Chyoga used. Above the abyss, the thick darkness that had been torn apart and then condensed back together once more began to emit powerful fluctuations. In the next moment, the darkness began to burn red, like an iron ingot in a furnace. Bang, bang, huge, blazing meteors shot out from the center, bringing with them an unstoppable force that could not be stopped. Before they arrived, the temperature in the air began to rise at an astonishing speed. Every breath felt like it was burning. At this time, a blood shadow walked out from the blood moon. Its 4 limbs were on the ground and its body was extremely small. It looked up at the countless burning meteors and opened its mouth. Its neck thickened until it was 10 times the size of its body. It emitted a heaven-shaking roar. Space twisted. A terrifying strength crazily shook and tumbled within. Bang, bang, all the meteors that fell into it were like bubbles, directly bursting and dissipating. An icy voice sounded out from the short blood shadow. Although you can summon the divine mark, your strength is not at its peak. You cannot fully display the power of the divine image. If you want to kill me, you will need at least 10 sword strikes, but in your current state, can you support the divine image for 10 sword strikes? Even if you can your so-called disciple do it? Hushan was expressionless. No matter how much you say, don't even think of breaking my will. Today, you will perish and your consciousness will vanish forever. The short blood shadow sneered. I naturally know that it is impossible for you to be persuaded. So, these words weren't meant for you to listen to. He turned to look at Ling Yan. The reason you are here today is because of your own talent. This woman hasn't taught you anything. In order to help her take revenge, is it worth it to give up your life? Ling Yan's body shivered. The burning silver flames consumed his precious life force with every breath of time, and the amount was astonishing. This was a process where he could clearly feel his life force diminishing, and he was constantly approaching death. After a brief silence, he looked up. Teacher, you have bestowed me with the strength I possess today, and I am very grateful. But now I cannot die. I hope you can forgive me. Hushan frowned for a moment before immediately composing herself. This is a fate that was decided many years ago when you made that promise. You have no other choice. Ha 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 ha. No, Yang Ri, you are wrong. Of course he can choose, because this is my world. The waning moon above the eye suddenly rose in brightness. At this moment, all the rules in the entire abyss were fiercely stirred and fell into chaos. Ling Yan coughed and his face paled. As he spat out blood, the entangled sword intents of the sun and moon were immediately cut apart. The sun and moon shadows that revolved around each other instantly disintegrated, and the moon's shadow dissipated. Thus, the distorted space rapidly restored itself, and the scene that descended also disappeared. Yang Ri, you have lost. This is your fate. Even if you were able to barely escape into the heavens in the past, you are still destined to perish at my hands today. The blood shadow crazily laughed. And I will swallow you, as well as all the prey that intrudes into my world. With this strength, I can reconstruct my body and complete my resurrection. Ling Yan's complexion changed. Make an oath that you will let me go. Oath? To a blood moon cultivator, such an oath simply doesn't exist. Moreover, you have already grasped the silver moon sword intent. Swallowing you and Yang Ri will be the best tonic for me. Bang! A mass of blood-red light suddenly gushed out from nothingness. Like a giant mouth, it swallowed him. Ling Yan crazily swung his sword. Overbearing sword intent wreaked havoc, cutting open countless gaps in the blood-red light. But in the next moment these gaps grew and mended. It's useless. Although your sword intent is strong enough, your boundary is too low. It is impossible for you to cut open my imprisonment. Little by little, you will melt and be absorbed, becoming a part of my body. The blood shadow that stepped out from the blood moon suddenly restrained all of its blood-red light, revealing its true appearance. It was surprisingly a miniature pig-like obum. But the luxurious golden robes it wore, the crown on its head was inlaid with countless gems, and the terrifying strength hidden within its body was enough to prove its identity. It was Emperor Obum, who lived in the imperial capital of Obum all year round and rarely appeared in front of others. This was Emperor Obum, one of the strongest existences in the world alongside Great Chu's first emperor. At this time, Emperor Obum stretched out a hand and the eyeball beneath the blood moon flew towards him. He held the eyeball and slowly pressed it against his own. The moment the two touched, a thin layer of flesh wrapped around the surface of the eyeball suddenly seemed to come alive. It stretched out crazily, and the ends stretched out like spikes. It dug out Emperor Obum's original eyeball, crushed it into a pool of mucus, and absorbed it cleanly. Then, it drilled into the bloody hole. The flesh and blood rapidly grew and healed, replacing Emperor Obum's eye. Or, to be more precise, it returned to where it should have been in the first place. Emperor Obum blinked his eyes, as if adapting to the changes brought about by the return of this eyeball. He smiled and said, "Yang Ri, you are indeed very strong. So strong that even though I made many preparations, I still didn't have absolute confidence. So, I prepared for the worst. Even if you destroy this place today, you will discover that I am still alive." Obum. The Emperor straightened his body, and an unimaginably terrifying aura erupted from his body. "Now, it is time to end everything. All of you will die here." He flicked his sleeves and the blood moon soared into the sky. In an instant, it rushed out of the abyss. Scarlet moonlight sprinkled down, causing the bloody plain on the ground to seem as if it was covered in endless blood. Chapter 969. There was only a single blood moon and it was incomplete. But it could illuminate the entire heaven-eradicating abyss. Under the influence of an unknown rule strength, as long as one was in this abyss, they could clearly see it. Naturally, they would be bathed in the blood-red moonlight. At this time, Qin Yu could confirm that the strange blood moon world he had fallen into was related to this terrifying original god in heaven-eradicating abyss, because at this time, the blood moon that illuminated the entire heaven-eradicating abyss had the same aura as the one he had seen before. A cold and extreme cold aura seeped into his body through his pores. He could even hear the faint sound of his blood freezing into ice. And what was most terrifying was that as Qin Yu was illuminated by the blood moon, the feeling of being locked onto appeared once more. It was like this blood moon above his head was an eye. Now that it had opened, he could no longer hide. Qin Yu took a deep breath. His two hearts suddenly accelerated, pushing his blood vitality to circulate at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the sun and moon force field spread out, isolating him from the outside world. The feeling of being locked onto by Qin Yu weakened to the extreme. But this time, he didn't know what the problem was, but he wasn't able to completely isolate it. Qin Yu's complexion paled. After several breaths of silence, a trace of understanding appeared in his heart. He had appeared several times in the perception of some unknown existence. He had already been captured and left behind traces in the world. Like a fish swimming through water, unless he could completely erase the traces he left behind, he would never be able to escape being locked onto. The shielding of the sun and moon force field could only reduce Qin Yu's traces to the lowest degree, delaying the time it would take for him to be locked onto. Simply put, he would inevitably face the great terror that came from behind the blood moon in the future. This was a truth that left one feeling despair. Even with Qin Yu's will, he still felt a bit panicked. But soon, Qin Yu had no choice but to focus his attention on the current situation. In the depths of the abyss, Emperor Ophum seemed to sense something. He suddenly looked up. Although he was still in a hidden state, Qin Yu knew that he had been discovered. Thinking about it, it should be related to the blood moon hanging high above his head. Emperor Ophum's eyes flashed with surprise. He never imagined that such a weak little fellow would be able to hide from him for so long. But soon, he sensed a certain aura, and his eyes suddenly flashed with excitement and fanaticism. Qin Yu stepped forwards and shot into the skies without hesitation. In the next moment, the space where he had hidden himself collapsed. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed him. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been suppressed. "You can't escape." The deep voice rang in his ears, carrying with it some kind of strong will, directly penetrating his eardrums and blasting into his mind. Qin Yu stiffened. At this moment, he felt as if all his hopes had turned to dust. He nearly gave up on resisting. The jade egg trembled slightly. His mind suddenly contracted, and he immediately broke free from this gloomy mood. His eyes revealed shock, anger, and fear. With a deep roar, Qin Yu's flesh, blood, and bones began to emit explosive sounds. His speed immediately increased as he soared above the abyss. The Emperor frowned. He never thought that Qin Yu would be able to break free from the interference of his will. After a moment of hesitation, he suppressed his thoughts of chasing him down. No matter how far this junior fled, as long as he was in heaven-eradicating abyss, he would never be able to leave. Right now, the most important thing was to kill Yang Ri. At that time, everything would fall into his grasp. "Revive, my slaves." With a loud roar, the Emperor pointed a finger at the blood moon. Its light immediately became brighter. Roar, roar, loud roars tore through the darkness. Pale white skeletons, beneath the light of the blood moon, seemed even more fierce and cruel. These giant skeletons that tore through the darkness and descended into the abyss were the blood origin life forms that had been guarding the entrance to the abyss. But now, none of their flesh and blood had been seen. But their auras were far more formidable than before. Without needing to move them, with loud roars, these summoned skeletons crazily rushed towards Hushan. She furrowed her brows, but her eyes were still extremely calm. It was like she was born without emotions. No matter what situation she faced, she could calmly deal with it. She lifted her hands and endless light was released from her body. In the blink of an eye, a great sun appeared in the abyss. Trillions of beams of light erupted. Each one was an incomparably sharp sword that could easily cut apart everything. Beneath the light, bone beasts were torn apart into countless pieces that plummeted to the ground. The Emperor laughed. "You should know that beneath the blood moon, my slaves have undying bodies. As for your remaining strength, just how long can you last? Yang Ri, today I will send you and your little sister to the netherworld to reunite." Mo Yuan's entire body shined with light. Even though she summoned all of her strength, she still couldn't completely resist the corrosion of the blood moon. An extremely cold Yin aura pierced through her flesh and blood like needles and dissolved within her body. Mo Yuan didn't know what was happening beneath the abyss, but the sudden appearance of this blood moon was inevitably related to it. At this time, she could clearly feel her flesh and blood slowly freezing over. Her body gradually fell into a frozen state. But towards all of this, Mo Yuan was powerless to change it. She could only watch helplessly as she drew closer and closer to destruction. At this time, the darkness in front of her suddenly split apart and Qin Yu stepped out. At first glance, he could see Mo Yuan's current predicament. He grabbed her and pulled her to his side. Instantly, all the terrifying cold Yin aura was isolated. It was like there was a thick, invisible wall surrounding Qin Yu. The fear and panic in Mo Yuan's heart instantly vanished. Her pounding heart slowly calmed down. This man always appeared when she was in the most dangerous and helpless situation. Was this the arrangement of fate? Thinking of this, Mo Yuan's calmed heartbeat accelerated once again. Unfortunately, at this moment, Qin Yu didn't have time to appreciate her shy appearance. He said in a low voice, "We're in trouble." It wasn't a coincidence that he appeared here today. Before he left, he had used Mo Yuan's aura to locate the coordinate. After all, this abyss was strange and perilous. If she was careless, she could easily fall into danger. Mo Yuan hurried to gather her thoughts. What happened? The original god in the heaven-eradicating abyss isn't dead. The blood moon above our heads was summoned by him. Qin Yu lifted his head to look at the blood moon. This time we've been tricked. With the information he obtained, although it wasn't complete, he could approximate the basic outline of the situation. In the Imperial City, the news about the source of the original god in the heaven-eradicating abyss was simply a bait. Unfortunately, it seemed that the person who had planned this had become a chess piece and had completely lost control of the situation. Blood Moon, the original god in the heaven-eradicating abyss, the woman called Yang Ri hidden in Hushan's body, the silver moon sword intent, the blood moon world of the past, and the slash marks that covered that world. Intuition told Qin Yu that he had fallen into a great deal of trouble. And what was most terrifying was that almost everyone involved was far stronger than he was. He couldn't even be considered a chess piece. He had inadvertently stumbled into someone else's plan. Originally, if this was it, he might have had a chance to escape. But Emperor Obam's eyes told Qin Yu that even if he temporarily left the battlefield, he wouldn't be able to escape from this place. This plan had to be completely brought to an end before there was a chance to turn things around. From what Qin Yu could see, there were only two possible results today. One was that the original god in the heaven-eradicating abyss had the last laugh. Under the illumination of the blood moon, all the cultivators here had died. Then, they were resurrected and restarted their life. The second reason was that the woman named Yang Ri in Hu Shan's body had turned the tables in a dangerous situation. Even though she seemed to be at a disadvantage and was being suppressed in every aspect. But Qin Yu always felt that someone who could summon the descent of the divine mark wouldn't be so easily defeated. Qin Yu certainly hoped that it was the second possibility. But he knew that with his current cultivation, there was nothing he could do. If he rashly rushed forward, he would only be sending himself to death. The most important thing now was to think of a way to survive until the end. Only by living could he try to do something. He looked down into the abyss. Although he had escaped, he had a faint feeling that made him feel unhappy. He would return again. He took a deep breath and suppressed his chaotic thoughts. He said, "Now, I need to find a place where you won't be invaded by the blood moon's strength for the time being." Mo Yuan immediately grasped the crux of his word. "Where are you going?" Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. "I'm not sure whether or not the blood moon will shine beyond the barrier of the fragment world. So, I need to take a look. Xiao Yu is still there." Mo Yuan looked at him. "In this situation, you and I could die at any moment. Do you really need to worry about so much?" Qin Yu shook his head. "I rarely make promises to others, but since I made one and I haven't died yet, I naturally have to abide by it. All right, let's not waste any more time. I'll take you there now." Qin Yu grabbed onto Mo Yuan's hand. His figure moved and he howled upwards. A moment later, he stopped moving, raised his hand and blasted a punch forward. Dong! There was a deep and dull sound like the beating of a great drum. Space shook and ripples spread outwards. A translucent membrane appeared. It didn't seem thick, but its toughness was astonishing. It withstood the strength of Mo Yuan's punch without any signs of breaking. But it was clear that Qin Yu had already expected this. The moment this membrane appeared, he slashed out with his fingers like a sword. 5-colored light surged at his fingertip. It immediately shrank into a silver-white light that flashed away. A crack appeared in front of them. Then, a swallowing strength was released from within. "Don't resist," Qin Yu said. He pulled Mo Yuan and stepped forwards, taking the initiative to enter. In the next moment, this translucent membrane rapidly healed, and everything turned dark. "This is..." Mo Yuan whispered. Qin Yu said, "That's right, this is the channel that we used to enter the abyss. But didn't you say that there were unknown dangers at the end of this channel? But now, this might be the only place that isn't affected by the blood moon." Qin Yu grabbed onto her. "Mo Yuan, if you believe me, you must remember that no matter what happens, do not try to leave this place." "I believe you." In the darkness, the invisible binding strength became increasingly strong. It was like layers upon layers of silk wrapped around her body, tightly wrapping around her and constantly tightening. Mo Yuan felt as if she were drowning. She gradually found it hard to breathe. But she remembered Qin Yu's warning and didn't resist at all. Gradually, her mind drifted away, then drifted away again and again. She fell into a semi-conscious state. After an unknown period of time, just as Mo Yuan thought she would fall into an eternal slumber and never wake up again, all the bindings around her disappeared. "Mo Yuan, wake up! Hurry and wake up!" Who is calling me? Qin Yu, it's Qin Yu, I can't sleep. I have to wake up. After struggling for a long time, she finally opened her eyes and saw Qin Yu in front of her. Her pale face squeezed out a smile. Have we arrived? Qin Yu nodded. You've done well. We're safe for now. Mo Yuan swept her eyes around. When she saw what was around her, she froze. Where is this? What entered her eyes were numerous egg-like meat sacs. They varied in size and were translucent. Their insides were filled with some sort of red viscous liquid. At the ends of these sacs, there were countless blood vessels that slowly wriggled as if they were absorbing something. Looking up, one could see countless blood vessels connected to these meat sacs. It was unknown where they led to. And now, Mo Yuan and Qin Yu were in one of these meat sacs. Following her gaze, Qin Yu was silent for a moment. Then, he slowly said, These blood vessels lead to a giant sarcophagus. Mo Yuan's eyes widened. Sarcophagus? Qin Yu pointed at her and then at himself. You, me, and the people in these meat sacs are all nourishment. Chapter 970. Looking at these flesh sacs, Qin Yu was even more certain of his previous speculations. He feared that from the very start, everyone had fallen into the origin god's trap. It lured cultivators from all over here, seizing their flesh, blood, and souls as nourishment to reconstruct its own body and then return from death. If that was really the case, then this was truly a huge chess game that had begun many years ago. Now it was time to end it. The other party had painstakingly waited and prepared for countless years. Wanting to ruin their plans was naturally incomparably difficult. What caused Qin Yu to bitterly smile was that even though he could see through the origin god's chess game, he was powerless to do anything about it. For instance, he knew that these flesh sacs were the key to reviving the origin god, but he didn't dare to destroy them. Otherwise, if he were to draw attention to himself, a casual strike from him would be enough to obliterate his body and soul. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed all his thoughts. He said, You stay here and wait for me to return. If I don't return, whether you live or die will depend on your luck. Mo Yuan nodded. I know. But how will you leave now? Qin Yu said, I have my own methods. At this time, there was a loud thumping sound in Qin Yu's mind. His complexion changed. He grabbed Mo Yuan and with a shout, the sun-moon force field erupted, wrapping around the two of them. In the next moment, a joyful thought appeared in the perception of all the cultivators within the flesh sacs. Then, it turned into a desire to devour them. It was like a giant that had been slumbering for countless years was about to awaken. Now it needed more strength to support itself. Ah! Pained screams echoed out from the countless flesh sacs. The viscous red liquid within began to boil. One could clearly see that the cultivators soaking in it were rapidly rotting and melting, like candy under high temperatures. They crazily struggled, but their cultivations had been suppressed. Their bodies twitched in pain, but they couldn't change their current situation. Death was terrifying, but what was even more terrifying was being slowly melted into liquid while they were still conscious. Mo Yuan's complexion was deathly pale. Although she tried to maintain her calm, her shivering body exposed the fear in her heart. If it weren't for Qin Yu, she feared she would have ended up like these people in front of her, falling into such a miserable fate. But he still had to leave. Lei Xiaoyu was still outside. Qin Yu's complexion darkened and his heart filled with awkwardness. In all fairness, he was naturally closer to Lei Xiaoyu. But he couldn't just leave like this and watch helplessly as Mo Yuan was slowly corroded away. Take her with him? As this thought raced through Qin Yu's mind, he immediately suppressed it. In the abyss covered by the blood moon, there were countless dangers hidden within. He didn't even dare to say he had the strength to protect himself, much less her. What to do? As Qin Yu was secretly anxious, the space where the meat sack was suspended suddenly began to violently shake. It was like some giant creature had suddenly flipped over. Bang, bang, the densely packed meat sacks collided with each other, emitting deep thumping sounds. Qin Yu's eyes flashed and he looked up. Not far away, a giant meat sack entered his line of sight. Inside there were actually over a dozen cultivators. Moreover, Qin Yu had seen many of them before. "It's that Junior!" A loud shout rang out. Even though it was separated by the flesh sack, it could still be heard clearly. Every single syllable was filled with resentment and coldness. The one who spoke at this time was the old farmer, Qiu Shan, who had lived for countless years. Schwa within the flesh sack, 3 other eyes instantly fell on Qin Yu. These 3 people were old monsters that had lived for countless years and possessed tyrannical strength. Mo Yuan cried out, "Li Hongye!" Not too far away, in the giant flesh sack, besides Qiu Shan and the other 3, the other cultivators were all imprisoned in a strange 3-legged furnace. The furnace shined with red runes and released a halo of light that forced back the liquid within the flesh sack, forming an empty space. It was because of this that Qiu Shan and the other 3 weren't affected at all. Indeed, the more experienced the older they became, the more methods they had. In this situation, Qin Yu could only borrow the sun and moon force field to temporarily be safe. As for the people within the 3-legged furnace, looking at their expressions, they didn't seem willing. This definitely wasn't a pleasant experience. As Mo Yuan cried out, Qin Yu also saw Li Hongye sitting cross-legged in the furnace. Her shoulders were pierced through by chains and she was locked in the furnace. Mottled blood stains, some fresh red and some dark, fell on her sword robes. Contrasting with her pure white robes, it was even more striking. As Qin Yu observed the other side, Qiu Shan and the other 3 also looked at him. Their cold eyes gradually revealed a burning heat. Originally, they didn't care much about what the dead Zhuhan had said about the treasures on Qin Yu's body. After living for far too long and experiencing far too many things, their horizons had naturally widened. Not just any random thing could catch their eye. Furthermore, in terms of treasures, any one of them could easily take out a staggering amount of treasures. All of these treasures had been accumulated over a long period of time. Before, they had targeted Qin Yu in order to cut off their opponents ahead of time and prevent others from entering the abyss before them. But now, looking at the relaxed expressions of Qin Yu and Mo Yuan in the flesh sack, Qiu Shan and the other 3 were finally convinced that Qin Yu had a treasure on him, and a precious treasure at that. That brat Zhuhan, although he had fallen into depravity and become a man-eating robber of the great Tao, his words were still correct. Besides this, they couldn't find any other reason to explain the scene in front of them. Although they could rely on the life-refining furnace to resist the decomposition and digestion of the flesh sack, during this process, what they lost was the vitality and cultivation of the people imprisoned in the life-refining furnace. Once these people were squeezed dry, the life-refining furnace would lose its effect and they would be in great trouble. But now, the chance to erase this hidden danger had arrived. As long as they could seize the treasures in Qin Yu's hands, they wouldn't have to worry about anything else. Qiu Shan and the other 3 glanced at each other, all of them able to sense each other's thoughts. "Let's go." These old immortals, besides being ruthless and thick-skinned, were also decisive in killing others, far surpassing ordinary cultivators. Since they had decided to kill others and seize their treasures, there was no need to hesitate. Moreover, the reason they had fallen to their current situation was all because they had been tricked by this boy. Qiu Shan sat down cross-legged. He flipped his hand and took out a seed. His eyes revealed a trace of regret. He lifted a hand and pointed at it. A halo of green light flashed. This seed began to take root and germinate at a speed visible to the naked eye. It floated in midair on its own, rapidly growing and flourishing. "Go!" Qiu Shan shouted out loud. The vine drilled out of the empty space and entered the tumbling mucus. Its surface released a green light that actually resisted the corrosion. But, as the vine drilled into the mucus, its speed became much slower. It took a long time for it to reach the inner wall of the flesh sac. The vine attached itself to the surface and began to grow tiny root. Little by little, it drilled into the flesh sac, causing the flesh sac to bulge outward. It was like a seed that wanted to break out from the ground. Unfortunately, perhaps because this flesh sac was too large, its walls were too thick. The vine tried for a long time without success. The green light it emitted gradually dimmed as time passed. Frowning, Qiu Shan turned to look at the life-refining furnace. He reached out a hand and grabbed a cultivator. The vine's floating roots instantly wrapped around this person. The seemingly soft roots tore through his flesh and wildly drilled into him. Ah, the miserable screams came to an abrupt end. The cultivator's mouth had been completely sealed by countless roots that had drilled into him. His eyes were wide open, and he could even see that small roots had already burrowed into his body. Gulp, gulp, with a swallowing sound, the cultivator's body was completely covered up. As for the vine that had obtained flesh and blood, it began to release a brilliant green light. Finally, it broke through the flesh sac's blockade. After leaving the flesh sac, the vine's growth speed increased. It was like a hand reaching out, grabbing at the flesh sac that Qin Yu and Mo Yuan were in. The vine landed on the surface of the flesh sac, wildly wrapping around it, tightly wrapping around it. Qiu Shan laughed. "I've caught you. Now come over." The vine contracted, dragging the two flesh sacs as it slowly approached. Bang! Finally, with a light sound, the two flesh sacs collided. Both sides were separated by only 2 layers of flesh sac walls. They could clearly see each other's expressions. "Leave the rest to me," the person beside Qiu Shan slowly said. But what he did was even more unexpected. This person lifted his hand and twisted off the pinky finger of his left hand, casually tossing it outward. As the finger fell into the mucus, it began to rot and dissolve. The cultivator seemed to already know this would happen, so he quietly waited. After several breaths of time, the severed finger on his left hand had regenerated. The finger that was tossed out had also completely dissolved. However, after it dissolved, the mass of blood that was produced wasn't immediately absorbed. Instead, it condensed into a mass that didn't scatter. At this time, as a hand seal was formed, this mass of blood began to swim, floating towards where the 2 flesh sacs met. In the next moment, it began to fuse into the flesh sac walls at a visible speed. And during this process, the 2 layers of flesh sac walls began to fuse together, growing together. Success. At most a moment later, the 2 flesh sacs will grow together. They won't be able to escape. Qiu Shan and the other 2 immediately revealed looks of joy. When they looked at Qin Yu and Mo Yuan, their eyes were cold. "Junior, you have caused us to fall into such a distressed state. Once you fall into my hands, I will let you know what despair is. If you know what's good for you, hand over the treasure on your own initiative. Perhaps we can give you a way out and spare your life. Even if the result is death, the process is different. The difference is like the difference between heaven and earth. Qin Yu, believe me, this is something you absolutely do not want to experience." The 4 of them were old monsters that had lived for a long time. They were well aware of each other's strength. It could be said that the 4 of them stood at the peak of the divine realm. Not to mention taking half a step forward, just a slight increase could allow them to break through their bottleneck and step into a new realm. In addition, they had hidden cards. As long as they didn't use their original divinity, they had nothing to fear. Not to mention, the 4 of them were working together today. Even if Mo Yuan obtained the inheritance of light and Qin Yu displayed an extremely powerful strength, in their eyes, the moment the 2 flesh sacs fused together, the result was already decided. If it was before, Mo Yuan might have been worried. But Qin Yu had entered the depths of the abyss and was able to escape unscathed. In addition to his various performances, she was filled with confidence. Of course, the most important point was that Qin Yu had maintained his silence from beginning to end, coldly watching Qiu Shan and the others. Mo Yuan was very sure that Qin Yu, who had previously been confident that he could escape from this place, would not be helpless. Then there was only one explanation. He deliberately let these people attack, and then he would have a logical reason to attack. Sure enough, Qin Yu looked cold, but in his bones, he was a very sentimental person. Even though Li Hongye's previous actions had dissatisfied him, he still did not want to see her die like this. Glancing at Qin Yu, Mo Yuan muttered, "Qin Yu, if you continue on like this, you will only be burdened with more and more troubles." Soon after, she bitterly smiled. In reality, she herself was one of the troubles. Time passed quietly. In the life-refining cauldron, Li Hongye suddenly opened her eyes. The sound of a sword rang out, and a sword shadow flashed through the void, slashing at the place where the two flesh sacks were connected. "Humph!" With a sneer, the master of the life-refining cauldron raised his hand and clenched his fist. With a "pa" sound, the sword shadow directly shattered and dissipated. "Little girl, at a time like this, you still have the energy to care about others. It seems that I have been too kind to you." The two chains that pierced through her shoulder suddenly tightened. The wounds were instantly torn open, and large amounts of blood gushed out. Most of the blood was directly absorbed by the two chains. The remaining small portion landed on the Blade Master clothes that she was wearing, and blood blossomed one after another. "Qin Yu, Mo Yuan, if you have a way, immediately escape. You are definitely not a match for these four old monsters." The master of the life-refining cauldron flicked his finger, and the two chains immediately trembled, like the strings of a zither being plucked. Even with Li Hongye's sword, heart and will, she could not withstand it, and she let out a painful groan. "You can't escape, they can't escape either. Little girl, don't waste your time." He paused for a moment, a smile on his face. "But, it seems that you have some special feelings for this boy. Once I capture him, I will imprison you all together. At that time, I will have you watch each other die bit by bit. It should be quite interesting." Qin Yu suddenly said, "As I thought, when people grow old and don't die, they will inevitably become abnormal." He lifted a hand and pointed. "That's right, this is the person I'm talking about. Are you the master of this furnace?" "Yes, you can call me Taoist Life Refining." This old monster wasn't angry at all. Instead, his smile became even calmer. "Qin Yu, I am really curious. Just what sort of treasure do you have that you aren't afraid at all when facing the four of us?" Qin Yu said, "If I were afraid, would you let me go?" Taoist Life Refining shook his head. Qin Yu lightly said, "Fear is the same, not fear is the same. Since that's the case, why should I feel fear?" "Interesting. You are the most interesting young man I have seen in all these years. If we met somewhere else, perhaps we could become friends." Taoist Life Refining shook his head. "But what a pity, in today's situation, your time has come." After a few words, the two meat sacks had smoothly joined together. Qiu Shan grinned and lifted his hand. The vines that had pulled the two meat sacks together suddenly emitted a strange green light. Like a giant snake, it howled and shot towards the two people. Qin Yu's expression was calm. He didn't care about the howling attack. He looked at Taoist Life Refining and slowly said, "You are strong, but I can see more clearly than you." He lifted his hand and pointed forward. In the void, faint ripples appeared. A buzzing sound that the ears couldn't hear suddenly spread out. Chapter 971. My name is Blood Moon. Really, that is my name. Why do you think there are people with the same name as me? Well, the reason is actually very simple. It is because the cultivation method I cultivate is called Blood Moon. And all those who cultivate the Blood Moon cultivation method will change their name to Blood Moon. As for the specific reason, don't ask me, because I don't know either. Let's cut to the chase and get straight to the point. Because I have been asleep for too long, I can't remember exactly how long it has been. But, it should have been a long time. At that time, in order to break through my cultivation bottleneck, I slaughtered a small world and used its blood essence to temper my body. Originally, this was only a trivial matter. To the living beings that stepped out of the world barrier and entered the Great Desolate, all living beings trapped within the world barrier, no matter what race they were nothing more than slaves. Unfortunately, this theory didn't circulate throughout the Great Desolate, so I provoked a great deal of trouble. Those two crazy women didn't have any grudges against me, but because of this they risked their lives to kill me. Their backgrounds were extremely powerful, and they didn't fear my blood moon bloodline at all. Since I couldn't scare them and I couldn't defeat them, I could only run away. That is a memory that still causes my heart to palpitate when I think about it. If I had been just a little bit away, I would have perished. But they weren't any better off. That woman Silvermoon was schemed against and died. Yang Ri's body was destroyed, and only her remnant soul managed to escape. I knew that Yang Ri would come looking for me for revenge, so a long time ago, not long after I regained consciousness, I began to lay out a plan. Until today, Yang Ri really did come. Besides her, there were also many other little things that I deliberately lured over. Although the only enemy that could enter my eyes was Yang Ri, these little things also played an important role. They were all cultivators born in this world with great potential. By extracting their blood essence to refine their souls and completing the final step of reconstructing their fleshly bodies, they would be able to form a close connection with the essence of the God world. It would no longer be able to resist my fusion. At that time, I could absorb the world's strength and truly return from the world of death. The entire plan was flawless. Of course, it also needed me to ensure that everything would develop according to my will. Anyone that tried to ruin my plan must die. But now I can sense it. A few lowly and weak ants are actually using up the materials I used to repair my fleshly body. They truly deserve to die. That's all for now. I'm going to send them on their way. Qin Yu pointed a finger forward, and did not do anything else. But in the eyes of Qiu Shan and the other three, a great fear was revealed. To be able to survive through the long years and survive until today, these four old monsters were not only powerful, but they were also extremely sensitive to danger. At this moment, in the world of their perception, it was as if a huge mountain had suddenly descended. Without any fancy tricks, it was just unreasonably pressing down on them. Even if the four old monsters had thousands of tricks and trump cards, they had no chance to use them. In the next moment, the mountain crashed down. Their ears buzzed, and their consciousness sank into darkness. Putong, 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 with four continuous sounds, Qiu Shan and the other three fell down. Their bodies were unharmed, but their consciousness was destroyed, and their souls dissipated. There was dead silence. Even Mo Yuan subconsciously opened her mouth, her face full of shock. Not to mention the cultivators imprisoned in the life-refining cauldron. They had fought with Qiu Shan and the other three before, so they were well aware of how strong they were. They were absolutely strong enough to easily roll over them. But now, what did they see? Qin Yu had only lifted a hand and gently pointed forward. Then, there was nothing. Four old monsters that had lived for a long time and their strength had reached the peak divine realm. With just a little bit more, they would have stepped into the original divinity realm. Yet, they had died like this? To be able to kill them was already very terrifying, not to mention that they had died so quietly and cleanly. At this moment, as they looked at Qin Yu, their eyes were like looking up at a mountain that pierced through the clouds and couldn't be seen. This shock and awe was so strong that it even suppressed the joy of escaping. Everyone maintained a dazed expression. But in truth, these people didn't know that in their eyes, this inconceivably powerful Qin Yu, there were also tumbling waves in his heart. Although he had guessed that the original divinity in the abyss was strong to the point of defying the heavens, his methods were still terrifying beyond his expectations. Qin Yu even suspected that the reason he was able to escape from the abyss wasn't because his reaction was fast enough. Instead, it was because the other wanted to capture him alive. Otherwise, if the other just wanted to kill him, he didn't need to use any more trick. He just needed to use that move to annihilate him on the spot. Moreover, what was more important was that Qin Yu could faintly sense that this boundless consciousness came from the giant sarcophagus above his head. This immediately extinguished the thoughts that had been in his heart. If he really got close to it, he would be crushed into pieces before he could even get close to it. They were all original divinity realm, but why was the one in the heavenly eradicating abyss so strong? First Emperor of the Great Chu was an original divinity realm, and Emperor Obum was also an original divinity realm. However, they were just pawns in his hands. How terrifying it was! Li Hongye looked at Qin Yu bewilderedly. Thinking about her previous thoughts, she felt a little bitter. It turned out that she had underestimated him. Such a strong man wasn't someone she could casually guess. The reason why Qin Yu didn't care about the outside world was that he didn't put them in his eyes. That was right. With Qin Yu's strength, the world in his eyes was different from theirs. As for her, she had the reputation of being a sword maniac. Her talent was outstanding, and she also had a noble background. She was just a small part of him that he didn't put in his eyes. Qin Yu finally calmed his thoughts. His eyes swept over the other side, and he knew that these people were overthinking things. If he really had the strength to kill Qiu Shan and the others, he wouldn't need to live so carefully like he did now. However, Qin Yu didn't intend to explain this matter. In such a dangerous situation, in order to ensure that everything went according to his plans, it was better for them to maintain a certain amount of awe. Thinking this, Qin Yu straightened his back. He pulled Mo Yuan with one hand and stepped forward. Wherever they passed, the sun and moon force field moved. From an outsider's point of view, the space was filled with an invisible force that pushed away the terrifying mucus. But in the perception of these people, there was nothing in front of them. They couldn't feel any energy fluctuations. This naturally caused the awe in their hearts to become even stronger. Qin Yu brought Mo Yuan and stepped into the space of the life-refining cauldron. A trace of dark golden light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Because of the awe in their hearts, they didn't dare to look directly at him, so they naturally didn't notice it. As for Li Hongye, she was lost in thought and her mind was in a trance, so she also didn't notice it. In the next moment, everyone in the life-refining cauldron felt the binding strength around them vanish. Walala, with a grinding sound, the chains that pierced through Li Hongye's shoulder and locked her in place rapidly retracted. On the surface of the life-refining cauldron, the bright red runes began to slowly extinguish. They were free, they had survived, but at this moment no one thought of this. They only looked at Qin Yu, the awe in their hearts reaching the peak. With just a glance, he was able to make this formidable life-refining cauldron that could suppress them submit. Just what sort of boundary was this? This point far surpassed everyone's imagination. But there was one thing they were sure of, and that was that they absolutely could not be enemies with Qin Yu. Otherwise, with just a glance, they might die. Thank you, fellow Taoist Qin Yu, for helping us. Everyone left the life-refining cauldron and respectfully said. Li Hongye's complexion paled. It was only by relying on her formidable will that she didn't fall. She looked at Qin Yu, her heart in a difficult position. Although she knew she was in the wrong, she couldn't say any words of apology. Qin Yu didn't continue to make things difficult for her. Mo Yuan, Miss Li's injuries are heavy. Take care of her. As he spoke, his eyes swept over everyone. Just now, a thought flashed through his mind. Although it was a bit whimsical, in the current situation, they shouldn't miss out on any chance. Although everyone has escaped calamity, the true dangers of today have yet to arrive. If we cannot survive this, we will all be buried here, falling into the endless abyss for all eternity. Everyone's complexions changed. With Qin Yu's current status in their hearts, no one doubted his words. A person cupped his hands together. May I ask fellow Taoist Qin Yu, what dangers are we talking about? Qin Yu said, I don't have much time to explain. You can all see for yourselves. Turning around, he raised his hand and slashed in front of him. Like a sharp knife, he cut a small crack on an incomparably large piece of thick cowhide. It was very, very small, but it was enough for everyone to see through it and see what was happening outside. The first thing that entered their eyes was a resplendent sun. Right now, it was being crazily attacked by countless bone beasts. Every beam of sunlight was like the sharpest sword in the world, able to easily cut apart these giant beasts where they stood. But when they fell to the ground, their broken limbs and broken bones would rapidly reform. Underneath an invisible strength, they would reform once more, completing a process similar to rebirth. Although there was no sound, all the cultivators that saw this subconsciously felt awe and fear. This was because the strength displayed in this scene was far, far too strong. So strong that even if only a tiny bit of it spilled out, it was enough to destroy their bodies and souls. Qin Yu slowly said, "This is a slaughter occurring in the abyss right now. If the side that has transformed into a sun can win, then we might be able to survive. Otherwise, as I said just now, everyone will die here." His voice suddenly stopped and his complexion became ugly. He stubbornly stared at the scene he could see through the crack. At this time, in this scene, there was a fragment of the earth slowly emerging from the darkness, descending to the bottom of the abyss. On this fragment there were several massive mountains. When they were connected together, they formed an astonishingly large valley. Mo Yuan was the first to notice something strange. "Qin Yu, what is it?" After several breaths of silence, Qin Yu drew back his gaze from the scene. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Mo Yuan, I have a request. Perhaps it might be useless and might only cause you to die ahead of time." "I agree." After a brief pause, Mo Yuan said, "Without you, I would have died long ago." Qin Yu earnestly looked at her several times. Without saying anything more, he took out a stone. This stone was given to him by Hu Shan. It once contained an astonishing amount of blood vitality from a certain life form. After being crazily absorbed by Qin Yu several times, the blood vitality had dried up and returned to its original appearance. It was now gray and unremarkable. If it weren't for the illusion sundering eyes, Qin Yu wouldn't have realized that this stone was a treasure. He used a finger to cut open his palm and clenched his fist, causing his blood vitality to erupt. A massive amount of blood was forced out and poured onto the stone. In the blink of an eye it was absorbed. After absorbing the blood, the stone was restored to its original blood-red color. However, the color was very faint, as if it were only a thin layer. Qin Yu plucked out a strand of hair and handed it to Mo Yuan along with the stone. He said, "If my hair suddenly combusts, gather all my fellow Taoists and pour all of your strength into this stone." After he finished speaking, he leaned over and whispered several more words. Sensing that Qin Yu was revealing an aura that could be called decisive, Mo Yuan didn't reveal her worries. She only nodded solemnly. "Goodbye." After speaking, Qin Yu turned and walked away. Mo Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going?" Qin Yu paused. "To the place I should go." His step fell and he seemed to pass through a layer of fog, instantly vanishing from sight. In the next moment, cries of alarm rose up from the meat sack. This was because they could clearly see Qin Yu's figure in the scene outside the crack. He took a step up and a step down. From here, he had entered the battlefield. Mo Yuan glanced at the soundless image. After the descending fragment appeared, Qin Yu's attitude had changed. At this time, he didn't hesitate to take risks and return to the battlefield in the deepest depths of the dark abyss. Could it be that Lei Xiaoyu was hiding there? There was no time to consider this. Mo Yuan lifted the blood stone in her hand. Because of Qin Yu's blood, the sun-moon force field hadn't collapsed yet. "Everyone, immediately throw the corpses of Qiu Shan and the others into the life-refining furnace." Everyone reacted. They hurried to throw the 4 corpses in. Mo Yuan tossed the blood stone forward. The blood runes on the surface of the life-refining furnace lit up, releasing light once more and opening up a space. Her heart relaxed. She swept her eyes over everyone. Everyone has heard what Qin Yu said just now. I hope that everyone can do their best, because right now, Qin Yu is risking his life for all of us. In truth, Qin Yu was indeed risking his life. But he wasn't as great as Mo Yuan said he was. For all of them? What a joke. If it weren't for Lei Xiaoyu, he would have been an idiot to return to that terrifying battlefield in the deepest depths of the dark abyss. That's right, Mo Yuan had guessed correctly. The fragment that was about to descend into the dark abyss was what Qin Yu had been searching for, the dwelling of that terrifying dragon beast. Lei Xiaoyu was hiding inside. Crazy. I must be crazy, Qin Yu muttered to himself. As he felt the terrifying aura surging in the air, he bitterly smiled. But life was like this. Not everyone could retreat at all times, even if avoiding danger was an instinctual survival instinct. Because sometimes you couldn't retreat. For instance, if Qin Yu didn't act now, Lei Xiaoyu would die without a doubt. So, he had come. Chapter 972. Ling Yan gave up on tearing apart the bloodlight. Of course, before this, he had already tried all method. Everything showed that it was just as Emperor Opham said. With his current boundary, it was impossible for him to break through the bloodlight. He sat down cross-legged, sword intent lingering around his body to prevent himself from being harmed. He calmly watched the battle between the great sun and the bone giant beast. Suddenly, Ling Yan's eyebrows rose up, revealing a look of surprise. He looked at the figure that was cautiously approaching. It was actually this junior. He had just escaped a calamity, but instead of trying to find a way to leave, he had actually returned here. Did he want to be the fisherman that reaped the benefits? But even if he wanted to be the fisherman, he still needed to be strong enough. Otherwise, any random splash would cause him to die a miserable death. Bang! A turbulent flow of strength howled towards him. Qin Yu's complexion changed and he hurriedly dodged. There was a loud explosion from the ground beside him. Even though he had dodged, Qin Yu's face still paled. Ling Yan's eyes revealed a trace of appreciation. Besides being too greedy, this junior's ability to sense and capture auras could be called amazing. With his cultivation, if he had reacted even an inch slower, he would have been struck by that turbulent flow just now. Even if he didn't die, he would have been severely wounded. Perhaps it was because he knew he was about to die, but after a moment of hesitation, he took the initiative to ask, "Junior, why did you come back?" Qin Yu gasped for breath. He looked at this sword path powerhouse through the bloodlight. "I wanted to save someone." This answer was unexpected. Ling Yan thought for a moment. "To save my teacher?" Qin Yu shook his head. "Of course not. Although I have some confidence in myself, I would never be arrogant to such a degree." He lifted a hand and pointed at the earth fragment that was about to descend. "The person I wanted to save is over there." Ling Yan frowned. "Just to save someone?" Qin Yu said, "Otherwise I would have run away long ago. Aren't you afraid of death?" "I am." "Then why did you come back?" "I gave her a promise." Qin Yu took a deep breath and didn't say anything else. His feet fell and he vanished like a wisp of smoke. Dodging the shock waves of strength that swept out from all directions, he constantly approached the descending earth fragment. Ling Yan had a strange expression. He looked at Qin Yu's receding back for a long time, and then a trace of regret appeared in his eyes. If he had chosen to keep his promise just now, the outcome wouldn't have been any worse, right? Unfortunately, only time could not be reversed in this world. A mistake was a mistake, and one had to bear the consequences. Roar, roar, cruel roars echoed out from the shattered earth. Qin Yu knew that the one roaring right now was that terrifying dragon beast. It seemed to be unwilling to descend to the bottom of the abyss, currently resisting the summoning power. If not for this, the great earth fragments would have descended a long time ago. However, it was precisely because of this that the confrontation between the two powers caused extremely frightening ripples to appear in this space. Contained within those ripples was an incomparably tyrannical power. Qin Yu frowned. He didn't dare to bet on what would happen after the land fragment descended. Therefore, if he wanted to take Lei Xiaoyu away, he had to do it before it descended. In other words, he had to pass through these spatial fluctuations and withstand their crushing pressure. After determining that there was no other choice, Qin Yu took a deep breath. A dark golden light surged in his eyes. He looked up at the space above him that was violently shaking like a raging sea. He had to find the best time to enter so that he wouldn't suffer too much damage. Moreover, he couldn't delay this for too long. Although the dragon beast was extremely powerful, and Qin Yu guessed that it had broken through the limits of the divine realm, facing the summoning of the deep origin divinity, it might not be able to resist for too long. After several breaths of time, Qin Yu's feet slammed into the ground. He shot into the skies like an arrow. Now was the time. His field of vision darkened and his ears buzzed as if he had been punched. He had already rushed into the tide of spatial fluctuations. Without hesitation, he lifted a hand and punched out. Where his fist fell, it just happened to be the place where two spatial fluctuations collided. Because of this, the fist directly pierced through and revealed a channel. If it weren't for this, Qin Yu wouldn't have been able to resist any one of the spatial fluctuations with his cultivation. Let alone passing through the tide of spatial fluctuations. He feared that as soon as he entered, several layers of his skin would be peeled off and he would be torn to pieces in a miserable manner. Unfortunately, it was impossible for Qin Yu to encounter such a situation at every step. When there was truly no way out, he could either drift with the current or choose the best direction and forcefully break through with his cultivation. In short, he had to endure the least amount of damage and pass through the most turbulent spatial flows. The strength of the ancient immortal body was fully displayed at this moment. Although Qin Yu had been injured many times, as long as he had enough blood vitality in his body, he could instantly recover. Within the blood-red seal, Leng Yan had been paying attention to Qin Yu's movements. He watched as he moved a little at a time and rushed into the tide of space. It was only at this moment that he truly believed everything Qin Yu had said before. It turned out that this junior really did not care about his life in order to save others. He really didn't know whether to say that he was trustworthy or stupid. During this process, Leng Yan discovered that Qin Yu's grasp of his aura had reached the peak. There were several times when he was just a hair's breadth away from the most fatal injuries. Perhaps at this moment, in the eyes of others, Qin Yu appeared distressed, like a mouse struggling to survive. But in Leng Yan's eyes, he saw a stubborn will that didn't give up in the face of life and death, as well as a peerless self-control. Strength, eyesight, will, luck. If he lacked any one of these 4 points, it would have been impossible for him to live until now. There was one more thing that even Leng Yan was envious of. This junior's physical body was truly powerful. This person is a good seedling for sword cultivation. It's a pity that with the current situation, I'm afraid he'll only be able to do so, to be buried together with me in this endless abyss. Leng Yan said in a soft voice, regret in his eyes. If he had discovered Qin Yu before coming to Heaven Eradicating Abyss, he would have thought of a way to receive him as a disciple and make him his successor. Bang! Space fluctuated, forming a powerful pushing force. Qin Yu curled up into a ball and protected his vital point. Like a rubber ball, it broke through the barrier of spatial fluctuations and landed on the ground with a thud. Therein, Qin Yu straightened himself and wiped away the blood from the corners of his lips. Although the final distance seemed simple, he had withstood the pressure of 3 turbulent space flows. His entire body ached, and he feared that even his organs had received considerable damage. But right now there was no time to heal his wounds. As he stimulated the ancient immortal body to repair himself, he looked up to determine the direction he was heading in. Then, he howled away. Bang, bang, the ground constantly shook, accompanied by bursts of dragon roars. Qin Yu could imagine the appearance of that terrifying dragon beast in a frenzied rage. At this time, his body froze, as if he had been thrown into a world of ice and snow. His neck twisted a little at a time. He could clearly hear the muscles in his body tense up, emitting a crackling sound similar to a machine running out of oil. He didn't dare to move too quickly, otherwise Qin Yu feared that in the next moment he would be burnt to ashes by the destructive dragon breath. A pair of giant eyes filled with pain and brutality glared at Qin Yu. It was that dragon beast. In this situation, its sensing abilities were still so sharp that it instantly sensed his intrusion. Logically speaking, the dragon beast should be in an extremely berserk state right now. The crazed emotions in its bloodshot eyes were the best evidence. But it actually didn't attack. As soon as it discovered Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He said in a low voice, "Do you remember me? In the past, I hid a friend near your cave. Because I promised to protect her, I came back. My promise is relatively trustworthy. If you need anything, as long as I can do it, I will do my best." Roar! The dragon beast reared its head back and roared. The scales on its massive body began to fall off, revealing the rotting flesh and blood beneath. The air was immediately filled with a pungent smell. It was clear that it had reached its limit and wouldn't be able to last much longer. The dragon beast opened its great maw and spat out a sphere. This sphere was similar to an amber crystal that sealed the entire cave within. Currently, in this cave, Lei Xiaoyu was holding a miniature dragon beast in her arms. She had fallen into a deep sleep. As if sensing something, Lei Xiaoyu's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. As she saw Qin Yu in front of her, she was stunned for a moment before a smile bloomed on her face. She knew that Qin Yu would definitely return. "My child, take it away, live on." Intermittent thought fluctuations echoed out in Qin Yu's mind, deep and dignified, filled with endless exhaustion. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "I guarantee that I will do my best." The dragon beast lowered its head to look at the sleeping little dragon. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and spat out a pure purple dragon breath. In an instant, it burned everything into nothingness and opened up a path in the turbulent space. Qin Yu roared out loud. His flesh and blood exploded and his body wildly swelled. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed 10,000 feet. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the sphere with both hands and turned around. With several loud rumbling sounds, he leapt into the passage through the turbulent space flows. In the next moment, there was an incomparably pained roar behind him. Qin Yu subconsciously reached out a hand and blocked the surface of the sphere. Then, he turned his head and saw that the terrifying dragon beast's body was rotting away at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of its flesh and blood fell off, leaving behind nothing but a skeleton. Bang bang, all of the colors on the ground faded away in an instant. Everything turned yellow and dark, completely devoid of life. The surface of the several mountains cracked open and crimson light emitted from within. Endless magma gushed out, sweeping out in all directions, submerging and swallowing everything. Then, under the pull of an invisible strength, all of the magma rushed over and fell onto the dragon beast's skeleton. It rapidly condensed, covering it in a thick and fierce blood-red armor. Roar! The undead dragon beast reared its head back and roared. Black flames burned in its eyes and sparks sprayed out from its nose and mouth. An aura that left one's heart racing erupted from its body. Qin Yu took a deep breath and turned around. His 10,000-foot body crashed into the abyss. The ground collapsed with a loud bang. Countless cracks spread out from the pit. Qin Yu bent his legs and leapt up, rapidly fleeing far away. Emperor Obum smiled. "Little fellow, this entire heaven-eradicating abyss is my world. Where can you run to? Since you've returned, you might as well stay here." He lifted a hand and pointed. "Catch him. I want him alive." The undead dragon beast covered in magma armor revealed a hint of struggle in its flaming eyes. It roared at Emperor Obum. "Evil creature, do you want to defy my will?" The undead dragon beast roared in pain. The struggle in its eyes quickly dissipated, leaving behind nothing but ruthlessness and destruction. Roar it roared and rushed out, its speed unimaginable. It pierced through the air with a shrill sound, leaving behind a series of afterimages. It was like an incomparably thick bolt of blood-red lightning. Qin Yu's complexion was heavy. Saving someone was difficult, but leaving alive was even more difficult. He could feel the terrifying aura rapidly approaching from behind. After a brief calculation, he knew that if he brought this sphere with him, he would have no chance of escaping. If he couldn't escape, he could only face it head-on. Although he was weaker by more than a level in terms of absolute cultivation, he still had the strength to resist. For instance, the silver moon sword intent. Qin Yu could already determine that the sword intent that Leng Yan displayed was the moon sword that he had comprehended in the world of the blood moon. The master of this sword intent must be related to the sword of the son of Yang. If he were to display this sword intent, she would definitely not stand idly by. As for using the silver moon sword intent and being locked onto by her will, Qin Yu didn't care about this. No matter what he would face in the future, he had to survive first. Qin Yu stepped forward and stopped. He placed the sphere on the ground, turned around and grasped forwards. Wrapped by the sun and moon force field, the sealed moon sword intent immediately descended into the abyss. In the next moment, the phantom of a silver moon slowly condensed above Qin Yu's head. Bright and brilliant moonlight sprinkled down like flowing water. Covered by the blood moon, it opened up a domain of its own, repelling all the blood red. Obum! The Emperor's complexion changed. Moon sword. Sure enough, under the reaction of its aura, the sun formed from the son of Yang suddenly rose in brightness. Yin and Yang combined. This junior had actually comprehended the essence of the moon sword. He wasn't like Leng Yan, who had grasped the sword intent but whose boundary was far inferior. Dragon beast, kill him! Obum! The Emperor roared. Although he wanted to know just what aura was hidden within Qin Yu's body that he coveted, he couldn't care about that right now. Qin Yu had to die. The coexistence of the sun and moon could destroy the world. It could truly destroy the entire world. He had personally experienced this sort of terrifying might in the past. If it weren't for the strange blood moon cultivation method and his life-saving cards, he feared he really would have died here. Although Qin Yu wasn't the silver moon and the son of Yang was only burning its remnant soul to erupt with its final strength, he was still in an incomplete state and couldn't be compared to the past. He absolutely could not allow them to display this strike. As the son of Yang rose in brightness, Qin Yu could also feel a powerful aura that was completely different, but also came from the same source. Above his head, the shadow of the moon suddenly solidified. It galvanized the sword intent within his body, causing it to wildly rise. Without thinking, his body had already obeyed some sort of instinct and attacked. Qin Yu lifted a hand and slashed forwards. A radiant sword light howled out, cutting down on the thick and fierce armor of the undead dragon beast. There was a loud explosion like a thunderclap. Countless fragments of armor rained down. The undead dragon beast angrily roared as it was sent flying away. At the same time, the radiant abyssal sun moved forwards. It flattened everything in its path, smashing apart all the bone beasts that tried to block it. But this sunlight that could easily crush bone beasts to pieces didn't cause any damage to Qin Yu at all. Rather, when it fell on his body, he felt warm and comfortable to the extreme. Even his internal injuries began to recover at a much faster rate. Ancient race. Yang Ri's figure emerged from the great sun. He swept his eyes over Qin Yu. There was no longer the icy indifference from before. There was a bit of sadness and also a bit of gratification. Little sister, the inheritance you left behind in the past now has a successor. If you were in the netherworld and learned of this, you would also smile. Qin Yu cupped his hands together and bowed. Greetings, Senior Yang Ri. His thoughts raced. The son of Yang Ri and Emperor Obum didn't seem to know that the ancient race had been destroyed, otherwise they wouldn't have been so calm when facing him. It seemed that their great war in the past had occurred countless years ago. At the very least, it had occurred before the ancient race suffered the great calamity. Yang Ri lightly said, "Since you have grasped the true meaning of the moon sword, you can call me senior apprentice Ant. But now is not the time to chat. Release the moon sword and help me cut down Blood Moon to take revenge for your master." Bang! The great sun formed by the sun sword wildly rose up. Their auras were drawn together and Qin Yu couldn't control them at all. The moon phantom above his head began to release its own light. The sun and moon rose into the sky, their light perfectly fusing together, completely expelling the aura of Blood Moon. The skeletons of the great beast that possessed nearly undying bodies began to howl in despair and collapse, their hard bones rapidly rotting away. Emperor Obum roared out loud. The undead dragon that had been sent flying away by the moon sword roared as it flew forwards, blocking in front of him like a mountain. As the light of the sun and moon wove together, a faint phantom appeared, casually slashing forwards. Roar! The undead dragon howled miserably. As if it could feel the arrival of danger, it opened its mouth and spat out a breath of magma that was filled with the smell of sulfur. However, the terrifying undead dragon beast's breath was split into two as if it had collided with an invisible sword. The howling came to an abrupt end. With a light cracking sound, a crack appeared on the surface of the undead dragon's head armor. Then, it continued downwards until its massive body was completely cut in half. Behind him, Emperor Obum's two front limbs were crossed in front of him. He had clearly exhausted all his strength, but he still wasn't able to completely resist the onslaught of that terrifying aura. Cracks began to appear on the surface of his body, and blood wildly flowed out. If someone approached, they could clearly see a sword phantom in Emperor Obum's eyes, hanging in front of him. The tiny blood vessels in his eyes began to fill with blood. Then, with inaudible popping sounds, they rapidly turned red. Then, dark red blood began to flow down from the corners of his eyes. "Ah! Block it for me!" With a loud roar, the dignified crown on Emperor Obum's head and the imperial robes he wore began to burn together, turning to ashes. At the same time, a golden light shot out, gathering in front of him and turning into the phantom of a shield. Several breaths of time later, with a light cracking sound, the phantom of the shield shattered and dissipated. Emperor Obum's entire body shivered. Blood constantly flowed out from his wounds, dripping to the ground and shattering. At this time, the undead dragon in front of him had its massive body split apart and fallen to the ground. But what was strange was that it didn't make the slightest sound. The moment it touched the ground, the undead dragon turned to ashes and vanished from sight. "Yang Ri, after 2 consecutive strikes, how much strength do you have left? You couldn't kill me in the past, so don't even think of doing so today." Emperor Obum roared out loud. Every syllable contained the strength of 10,000 caddies. It was cold, decisive, and powerful. Genius in a second. Remember this site's address. Mobile version. Chapter 973. Yang Ri's face was expressionless, and she didn't reveal the slightest bit of emotion. However, her eyes were much dimmer, and she couldn't hide the exhaustion in them. Glancing at Qin Yu, Yang Ri lightly said, "He's right. My remnant soul has been burnt away, and I no longer have the strength to fight." Qin Yu thought that even if someone guessed it, there was no need to admit it so easily, right? Even if you admit it, can't you lower your voice? Since he had said it so openly, he would definitely be heard. What else could he do next? Could it be that he had to stretch his neck and wait for death? Before Qin Yu could express his dissatisfaction about this matter, he was stunned by Yang Ri's next words. "You were able to comprehend the true meaning of the moon sword through those slashes. In that case, there is no reason why you cannot comprehend the sun sword that I personally taught you." As Yang Ri spoke, he lifted a hand. Without waiting for Qin Yu to respond, he pointed a finger between his eyebrows. Bang! The great sun in the abyss erupted with blinding light. It was like a meteor streaking across the horizon, burning and releasing the last of its energy. Then, all of this light wildly collapsed and shrank, gathering into Yang Ri's body. Along with her finger, it brought with it an endlessly disdainful aura as it rumbled into Qin Yu's consciousness, turning into the phantom of a great sun. With a stuffy cough, blood flowed out from every orifice of his head. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Yu's mortal body was extremely powerful, he feared the sword intent would have invaded his body and torn him to pieces. As the aura of the sun's sword entered his body, the aura of the moon's sword within his body immediately became lively. Therefore, in the next moment, in the world of consciousness, beside the sun that had crashed into his body, a crescent moon appeared. It quickly filled up, and after a few breaths of time, it was as full as a jade plate, sprinkling down bright moonlight. Now, within the world of consciousness, the sun and moon hung high in the sky. Their auras were attracted to each other, and he couldn't control them. Their auras began to fuse together. Qin Yu's heartbeat nearly stopped. A cold sweat gushed out, soaking his back. He could clearly sense that while the auras of the sun and moon fused together, it seemed to be a smooth and natural process, but there was great danger lurking within it. The moon sword's aura was still manageable, and he could just barely control it. However, he couldn't sense the sun's sword at all. This was like a combination of two types of gunpowder. If the ratio was reasonable, the more powerful gunpowder would be obtained. However, if there was an accident during the process, there would immediately be a loud bang, and it would explode into a deluge of flowers. Thus, Qin Yu really was a bit panicked right now. He didn't doubt that once the aura of the sun and moon swords exploded in his spiritual world, no matter how many cards he had in his hands, he still wouldn't be able to avoid his consciousness shattering. From then on, he would become an idiot. Just thinking about this caused him to shudder. He didn't have time to blame Yang Ri for pushing him into such a dangerous situation. He closed his eyes and focused his mind into the world of consciousness, attempting to establish a connection with the Sword of Sun. A body blessed by the sun and moon. Yang Ri, aren't you thinking too highly of this junior? Emperor Obum slowly said. Yang Ri's expression was indifferent. If you haven't tried, how would you know it won't work? The reason is simple. It is because I will not give him the slightest chance. Obum, roared the Emperor. The blood moon that covered heaven eradicating abyss suddenly exploded with light. The light condensed into a straight pillar of light that smashed down. Yang Ri lifted a hand and touched the point between her eyebrows. The dim sun phantom was covered in light once more, boundless and boundless, protecting Qin Yu within. This was the last of her strength. As her remnant soul wildly burned, it represented that an original divinity existence was about to thoroughly vanish. Faintly, the rules of the world resonated with it. The light of the great sun rose up by 30%, as if it wanted to leave its final mark in this world. It was like a true great sun. The beam of light that fell from the blood moon directly disintegrated. There was simply no way to interrupt Qin Yu's meditation. The Emperor frowned slightly. Soon after, he let out a cold laugh. Just how exquisite were the sun-moon swords! Being able to comprehend one of them was already extremely rare, let alone cultivating both. Even back then, he had never heard of anyone who had done this. In today's situation, Yang Ri had been forced into a hopeless situation. Without any other choice, he could only choose to give it his all. The chances of success were nearly negligible. Soon, this junior Qin Yu's body would explode from the sun and moon sword intent, and he would die an incomparably miserable death. Of course, the most important thing was that he could see that the sun was burning. His remnant soul had obtained the support of the world's rules. Unless he went all out, he wouldn't be able to break through this defense. The situation was good. As long as he could endure for a moment and wait for the sun to completely dissipate, he would become the final winner. Emperor Obum naturally wouldn't accompany her in her madness. But at this time, his heart suddenly shrank. It was like a giant invisible hand had grasped it, the 5 fingers tightening around it. His heart palpitated like a tide, invading his mind. Emperor Obum fiercely looked up. The phantom of a blood moon appeared in his eyes, piercing through the light of the great sun to clearly see Qin Yu's current state. Above his head, there was a sun and a moon phantom. Although they were incomparably weak and the intensity of their auras was nearly negligible to him, this still represented an incomparably terrifying reality. Qin Yu had comprehended the sun sword. Although he had only just crossed the threshold, the entire process had only taken a dozen breaths of time. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have never believed it. But the fear that came from the depths of his heart convinced him that all of this was true. Emperor Obum's first thought was, how did Qin Yu do this? But in the blink of an eye, this thought was tossed aside. His eyes coldly wrinkled. All that was left over was a cruel killing intent. Die. This junior had to die. In such a short period of time, he had been able to perceive the sun sword. If he could smoothly control it, he would be able to use that destructive sword strike again. Without the powerful undead dragon beast to block it for him, if he were to forcefully withstand the might of that sword's strike, he really would die. When there was a choice, no one would be willing to risk their lives. But if the situation forced them, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. Moreover, this was the blood moon that had survived the great calamity and struggled to live to this day. In terms of ruthlessness and sharpness, he could be ranked first in the world. Bang, high in the skies, the blood moon that illuminated the entire sky eradicating abyss began to burn without warning. Flames tumbled about and a terrifying aura was released. At this moment, it was like hell had arrived. Emperor Obum's face twisted as if he were withstanding some great pain. The blood moonlight that covered the abyss began to turn viscous. That's right, it was viscous. It seemed as if it could be touched. Netherworld blood sea. With a deep roar, Emperor Obum's body began to rapidly age at a speed visible to the naked eye. As a result, the blood moon's light that had turned viscous began to condense into something tangible. Like this, a vast sea of blood suddenly appeared in the abyss. One couldn't see where it ended. Rumble, rumble, one could clearly hear the roaring waves of the blood sea. Faintly, one could feel the pitiful and unwilling howls of countless lives. It was as if this blood sea was the result of the blood flowing out of their bodies, slowly accumulating into the boundless scale it was today. It was just that it was hard to imagine just how many lives had to die in order for their blood to gather into a blood sea. Waves of blood soared into the skies. They were like giant bloody mouths that opened wide in the blood sea, wanting to swallow the great sun into their stomachs. But the resplendent great sun was like an indestructible divine mountain that stood in the blood sea. No matter how the blood waves crazily crashed against it, it didn't change in the least. But it was clear that Emperor Obum, or rather, if one tossed aside his outer appearance and directly called him Blood Moon, no matter what title or status he had, no matter how great the price he had to pay, it wouldn't be so simple. Thus, the boundless sea of blood reflected the sky, causing a burning blood moon to appear in the middle of the sea of blood. The flames spread with a bang, covering the entire sea of blood in the blink of an eye at a shocking speed. Every drop of seawater burned fiercely. All of its destructive strength rumbled towards that resplendent great sun. The burning of remnant souls ultimately had a limit. No matter how dazzling the light was, there would come a time when it would dissipate. Yang Ri was well aware of this. So when the cracking sounds echoed in her ears, her expression didn't change at all. She had already done everything she could. As for whether or not she would succeed, she could only rely on the will of the heavens. However, Yang Ri believed that the will of the heavens stood on her side today. Otherwise, why would Qin Yu be sent to her? Although he had comprehended the sword of the moon and the connection of their energies had a supportive effect, For him to be able to recognize the sword of the sun in such a short period of time was proof of his unbelievable talent in swordsmanship. Qin Yu's complexion was pale and beads of sweat covered his forehead. His black robes were already soaked through. Above his head, the sun and moon phantoms slowly became more and more real as time passed. All of this proved that his perception of the sword of the sun was progressing smoothly and everything was progressing in a good direction. But Qin Yu didn't dare to be careless, thus he was a bit careless. Just as he said before, when the sun and moon sword intents fused together, there couldn't be the slightest mistake in the process. Otherwise, all of the smoothness and perfection before this would have been meaningless. As long as there was a loud explosion, he would become an idiot who drooled all day long. Faster! Hurry up! Qin Yu was well aware that he didn't have much time left. Emperor Obum absolutely wouldn't give him enough time to perceive a strength that could kill him. And Yang Ri's strength was nearly exhausted. Even if she didn't hesitate to pay any price, just how long could she last? Although he was dissatisfied with Yang Ri placing herself in such a dangerous situation, the truth was that Qin Yu was well aware that this was the only chance of survival he could see. If he wanted to live on, he absolutely couldn't miss this opportunity. And there was still a thought that existed in Qin Yu's heart. Perhaps this was a turning point. He could take advantage of this chance to cleanly eradicate all the hidden threats in his body. But the premise of all of this was that he could smoothly perceive the essence of the sword of the sun, otherwise, all of this was meaningless. Kacha, kacha, there were more and more cracking sounds. The dazzling great sun that one couldn't look at directly was in fact covered with cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. But it persisted, lasting for breath after breath. And with every breath that passed, the phantoms of the sun and moon above Qin Yu's head became increasingly solid. The restlessness that Blood Moon felt became increasingly thick. He suddenly reached behind him and pulled out his own eyeball. Disregarding the dripping blood, he began to chant in a low voice, as if he were praying. His hoarse voice revealed endless awe and piety. After several breaths of time, Blood Moon spread open his fingers. The bloody eyeball in his palm suddenly turned transparent and then vanished from sight. It was like some incomparably formidable existence had heard his prayer and had chosen to accept the sacrifice and descend upon him with its own strength. Rumble, rumble, the flames in the burning sea of blood suddenly rose up. The cracks within the great sun nearly doubled in number. Yang Ri stuffily coughed. Blood gushed out from the mouth and nose of the Hu Shan she had borrowed. At the same time, faint traces of aura drilled out. 7 auras rose into the air, condensing above her head and transforming into the figure of a woman. What was shocking was that her body was covered with cracks, as if she had been pieced together in pieces. At this time, a blood-red flame was calmly burning on her chest. It was like a piece of white paper had been lit on fire. After it was charred black, it turned to ashes. She was constantly dissipating,